Good evening. I call the November 14th, 2007 meeting of the Los Gatos Planning Commission to order. I'm Joanne Talasford, Chair of the Planning Commission, and I and my fellow commissioners welcome you. The Planning Commission is composed of citizens appointed by Town Council to review planning and development issues and to make decisions and recommendations to the Town Council regarding land use for both commercial and residential matters. As we hear discussion tonight, we will consider each proposal and evaluate how it supports and enhances the high quality of life that we do enjoy in our town. Our actions are guided by the town's general plan policy, zoning codes, and other standards and guidelines that have been adopted by the Town Council. And at this point, I'd like to remind you, please, to silence your cell phones. Mr. Suda, would you please take roll?
Commissioner Machichi. Commissioner Bourgeois.
Here.
Commissioner Rice.
Here.
Commissioner Sayoc.
Here.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Here.
Vice Chair Kane.
Here.
Chair Talasford.
Here. And with that, I'm going to ask Commissioner Sayoc, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, Commissioners, would you please, I'm assuming that you all reviewed the minutes of October 24th, and I'll entertain a motion at this time for approval.
I'll move the approval of the minutes.
Commissioner Rice moves the approval, seconded by Commissioner Machichi. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Carries 7-0. We have no written communications, and we have no requested continuances. Subcommittee reports, however, we have, I believe, 3 reports tonight. One is historic preservation, and I'm not sure who would like to give that. The next one is CDAC, Conceptual Design Advisory Committee, and then our ad hoc staff committee. So who would like to give the historic preservation? Commissioner Sayoc.
Okay, Historic Preservation met last Wednesday. It was a special meeting since our normal meeting would have been the day before Thanksgiving. There were 3 items that were discussed, 3 properties. The first is 146 Tate Avenue, the second was 47 Broadway, and the third is 315 Los Gatos Boulevard. The 315 Los Gatos Boulevard will ultimately be coming to the Planning Commission. That is a pre-1941 home looking to exceed the allowable floor area ratio. And that concludes my summary.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any questions, Commissioners? No. The subcommittees, by the way, are committees that the Planning Commission does serve on. They're additional to the committees that, of the Planning Commission, and they include sometimes planning commissioners and members of town as well, and you'll hear us report on those as we go along. Commissioner Kane, would you like to give the CDAC report?
CDAC is Conceptual Development Advisory Committee, composed of the mayor, the vice mayor, chair of the Planning Commission, the vice chair, and 1 commission member at large. We met tonight and had 1 item to review. CDAC is like a freebie. Somebody comes in with a large project, and we just have an open, free discussion about pros and cons regarding how that project may go forward. And tonight it was the school district wishing to demolish commercial buildings on a property zoned LM, which means like light industrial. They want to zone it to an LMPD, which means planned development, which means they can do something other than abide by the restrictions that would apply to an LM property. They want to put up school district buildings, improve the alternative school that they have, and possibly bring some recreational facilities to town. They were given good guidance by the committee. Was favorably received, concern about losing retail tax base on the property zoned LM, and that's a hurdle we'll have to cross in the future, but it was a good discussion. It's meant to be informal. And you were there, Madam Chair. I thought it went well.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner Kate. Commissioner Bourgeois, you have an ad hoc committee report about our staff.
Sure.
format.
Commissioner Rice, Commissioner Sayek, and I formed an ad hoc subcommittee to look at the format of the staff reports. We were addressing some comments and concerns from the commission at large. We compiled their comments. We took the best parts of the staff reports. We tried to address all the comments of our fellow commissioners. We looked at staff reports from other jurisdictions, and we came up with a revised format. We brought that format to the chair for her review. Then we brought it to staff for their review. And subsequent to the last Planning Commission meeting, the chair forwarded that to the rest of the commission. We received, I believe, nothing but positive feedback on it, so I assume at this point the new format will be adopted.
I think it will. Commissioners, any other further comments on the staff report? None? And I did check with Mr. Suda, and we think that this could be implemented in, January? First meeting in January. I'd like to applaud all three of you for stepping forward and taking on that additional task. I think that we will have a wonderful and a very efficient resolution, so thank you very much. Okay, and that concludes our subcommittee reports. We do have verbal communications here with our meetings, and members of the audience are encouraged, and as is your right, to speak to us, and you will have 2 opportunities to speak before and during the public hearings. And I believe that Commissioner Korb, you're not a commissioner. Ori Korb is our town attorney. Did you have something you wanted to add to that?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I was asked by the chair to clarify an issue regarding speech in public meetings, specifically the use of obscenities. This is, of course, a public meeting at which members of the public are invited to speak at specific times to matters on the agenda and during verbal communications, which is coming up, to matters within the general subject matter jurisdiction of the town. The right to speak at public meetings is both required and protected by state law, including the constitutional right to free speech. It is also encouraged by the town. Speakers at public meetings are entitled to criticize public officials, including members of the professional staff and the persons who serve on boards, commissions, and the town council. I guess you can call it one of the rewards of public service. Not all speech is protected, however. The town code and state law provide that persons who willfully disrupt a public meeting can be removed from the meeting. The use of obscenities at a public meeting can be considered disruptive. The use of obscenities is not necessary to make the points that are relevant when speaking at a public meeting. Speakers can criticize or compliment people or projects without the use of obscenities. They do so every day in public meetings throughout the country. Plainly, the use of obscenities is intended for other purposes, such as to shock or incite persons to violence. In other words, the use of obscenities while speaking at a public meeting is apparently intended to disrupt the meeting. Any person who chooses to use obscenities while addressing the Planning Commission is therefore warned that in doing so, he or she risks being removed from the chambers for disrupting the public meeting. That person also risks being unable to address other matters on the agenda in which he or she may have an interest. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Korb. And I believe that also includes, disruptive behavior also includes calling out from the audience?
Yes, the
Yeah.
town code does, again, provide that any behavior that disrupts a meeting can result, that willfully disrupts a meeting, can result in the person being removed. The code has a non-exclusive list of disruptive activities. It includes yelling out from the audience, speaking beyond your time, not stopping when you're told to do so, addressing matters that are not relevant to the subject matter that you're supposed to be addressing during any specific time, and so on.
And that paper is available, I believe. It's stapled to each of our staff reports.
Yes,
out in the lobby.
There is some sample language from the town ordinance attached to the agenda.
But anyway, we do welcome you to come and speak before us, and you will have, as an audience, up to 3 minutes, and you would speak before I open the public hearing. In that time, in the verbal communication time, you can speak on an item that is not on the agenda for tonight. The commission, on the other hand, is prohibited by state law from taking any action or discussing your topic. And then you will have another opportunity to speak, and that is during the public hearing, if you choose to, on an item that we are discussing. So right now, I'm going to open the public, the verbal communications portion, and we have one card from Citizen Ray.
Yes, great to be here, to exercise my right as a citizen, to speak my mind, okay? But I heard your prologue, and I need to qualify. Is the word prostitute an obscenity? Let's have a ruling. No comment. No comment. I guess I can use prostitute, okay? Thank you. But I don't want Mr. O'Donnell to go crazy again, all right? Emotionally unstable individual, in my opinion. But I want to speak to the issue, okay? The issue that I am so vitally concerned about in Los Gatos here is the death of American democracy, as I know it, all right? And I point to the question in point is the Ross Creek, Linda Avenue matter, when 5 of you sitting commissioners refused to hear the public, the neighborhood, on that issue that night. And, be sure and take some notes now, Corb. Detailed notes, okay? And you took 2.5 hours of testimony from others. You dissed we the people unbelievably. And I am asking for the 5 of you to do some penance, okay? And I am assigning the 5 of you my Citizen Ray's Award of the Month, okay? The Ugly American Award of the Month. Ugly American, okay? Because you haven't a clue as to what American democracy is all about. And we have O'Donnell and Tallis Ford are up for renewal. So I suggest you take the opportunity, you too, to remove yourself from the public commissions, okay? Take your name out of the file for re-adoption, okay? Because you don't deserve it. And you are totally out of place, in my opinion, in Los Gatos on a public commission, okay? The other 5, Machichi, Rice, O'Donnell, Kane, and Telesfor, again, Ugly Americans of the Month. And write it down, Corb.
Okay, moving along, we have one item on the consent calendar, Commissioners, and that's item number 6. And for that, I will need a motion. And that item, let me remind you, is requesting of, it's 110 Reservoir Road, Lot 2, requesting approval of proposed landscape improvements on property zoned R120, and it's APN 529-31-100. Property owner is applicant Eason Ho. And we have an exhibit of a landscape plan and conditions of approval.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Without pulling the item, how much, can I get a question of clarification on the item, or?
Yes, from me or from staff?
From staff.
Yes.
There's several, on the plant palette list, there's call-outs for several plants that are just blank. How do we approve something that is, in my mind, not complete?
Would you point that out, John?
Item 6, it's on the table, there's a list of plants. For example, S5, S6, they call them out on the plans, but there's no species in the plant table.
Give us 1 second, we're taking a look at that.
Okay.
Okay, Commissioners. And in the meantime, while staff is checking that, I'd like to call your attention to also that we have 4 desk items, and as the applications come up, we can have a chance to review them. Or maybe we could take advantage of time now and do that.
While we wait, I'd like the record to reflect that rather than be called an ugly American, I'd rather be called an ugly Italian.
Oh, I don't know. Are you looking for, okay, you heard that.
How about Italian American? Isn't that more appropriate?
Madam Chair, I think I might have an easy solution,
Okay.
but if staff has comment.
Actually, let me just clarify. The intent of the landscape architect was to delete all references and all use of those plants that were previously specified using S5, S6, S16, and S17. He forgot to change the call-out on the 3 S5s. So that was a mistake on his part. His intent was no longer to use those that were shown on the previous landscape plan. So our understanding is that is to be the ceanothus, the S1, which are the other plants along that perimeter.
Great, thank you. In that case, I'll move to approve.
Okay, and a second? Commissioner Kane? I'm sorry, is that a, that's not a,
That's not a second.
okay. Commissioner O'Donnell, seconds. Okay, all in favor? Oh, wait, do you have discussion?
Yes.
Okay, well, you put your hand down, I wasn't sure. Commissioner Kane?
A question for staff. We're deciding, thank you. We're deciding a landscaping issue, which is returning to us on Lot 2. And much of the early contention on Lot 2 was building outside the LRDA. The landscaping plan I looked at, and I went back and pulled the old maps from the original hearing, and there's an LRDA that runs along the left side of the building, which was the north side. And the building itself, the footprint, went outside the LRDA, and we had a big thing about, well, you can't do that, you've got to go back in, and they compromised on it. I think they went back in somewhat. Now comes the final little piece to put this whole thing to bed, and it's called landscaping. And what the landscaping includes is a deck that runs along the north side of the house, the east side of the house, I think, and is well beyond the LRDA. Now, I don't know if I can pull the thing from consent or not, but I'm asking you, you regard that as landscaping? It just seems to me like they've got a deck with a trellis over it. It looks like an extension of the building, and they're going back outside the LRDA again. Is that okay with staff? Am I missing something? I've read the landscaping provision in the hillsides twice. The word deck is not there, so I don't know why we're having a giant deck run around outside the LRDA and calling that landscaping. Sir?
The covered deck on the east side with the trellis above it?
And the north, I think.
Yes, that was part of the original approval. On the original approval, it's on the original plans. The one on the north side is new, you're correct.
I looked at the original designs, and the house on the north side ended where it ended, and now the new one has it going out the length of the deck with a barbecue and a trellis, and it just looks like an extension of the house beyond the LRDA.
On the north side,
Yes.
the deck is going into that area, you are correct.
And I don't remember seeing that before.
That was not.
My point. Is that how we get outside the LRDA? I don't mean to be cynical. I'm just saying, here we are, bottom of the ninth inning, 2 outs, everybody's home free all, and we have a deck way out into the LRDA. What should I do with that? Should I try to pull the item, or is that okay?
And we have a motion on the floors.
And I'm discussing it.
Okay.
In staff's analysis, when we address the issue of building envelopes and the LRDA, remember we have two of those parameters at play on these Reservoir Road applications. The building envelope is a guide. The LRDA is designed to ensure that the structure is located in a place that's in the least restricted development area, the place that is not impacted by slopes over 30%, does not impact trees, does not impact grading, which is the case here. So the structure is as you approved it under the ANS approval. This deck is not impacting grading, it's not impacting tree removals.
It's covering up hillside.
Could I interrupt for a minute? We have a motion, and I'm going to ask, not only because of your question, but also we have a speaker card on this. We're going to ask the maker of the motion if we could withdraw the motion.
I withdraw the motion.
Okay, and then we will hear this in the normal order that it's on our agenda for tonight. Okay, so thank you very much. And speaking of our agenda, we do have a very long agenda, and at about 9:30, we will look at the clock and see where we are to see if we can get through it. We have six items, 6 applications, and we'll take a look, maybe even later than that, I'm not sure. We'll see how it goes, but we'll let you know so that if, you want to stay, fine, otherwise we'll see if we can do a continuance. Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
if I may, before you start item 1.
yes.
I own property and live within the 500-foot conflict of interest zone for item 1, so I'll be recusing myself from this item.
Okay, thank you very much. So have the record reflect that Commissioner Bourgeois is recused from this item. Thank you. Okay, we do have, I'm going to, where are we? This will be under continued public hearings, and as the applicant, you will be given 5 minutes to make any comments that you feel would be helpful to us tonight. Members of the commission may have questions for you, so please remain at the podium. And when you come to the podium, please state your name, and also make sure that you do fill out a card. The town uses this to just create a record. This is strictly voluntary to fill out the card, but we do encourage it just for our own records, so thank you. With that, and then you will make your comments, and then we will open it to the public, and they can come forward as well and be heard for up to 3 minutes, and then you'll have the opportunity to come back, and then we'll close it, and then the commission will discuss it.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes. Oh, well, wait a minute, let me introduce this. I should do that. And we have a desk item. Has everyone had an opportunity to read it? Okay, thank you. So this is for 55 Los Gatos Saratoga Road, Plan Development Application PD-07-01, Negative Declaration ND-07-02. It's requesting approval of a planned development to renovate an existing motel, to convert a portion of the hotel or motel to retail, and to construct new retail space on property zoned commercial highway. No significant environmental impacts have been identified as a result of this project, and a mitigated negative declaration is recommended. And it's an APN number 52923-007. The property owner applicant is 55 Partners LLC. And with that, please introduce yourself.
Dick Scott, I'm a partner with Pelio and Associates.
Excuse me one second. I'm rushing us ahead, 6 items, and I'm already feeling it. Does staff have comments on this? I believe we do. Ms. Davis, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to overlook you.
I'll try to be brief. The Planning Commission last considered this application on September 12th. The Commission continued the matter to this agenda and directed the applicant to address a number of concerns and issues that came up at that meeting. The Commission also requested that the applicant meet with neighbors that were interested in the project. The following directives were provided. Increase the front and side setbacks for the new building. The applicant did not increase the setbacks due to their concern about visibility of the building. Because this site drops quickly from the street to its low point, the further the building is shifted away from the property lines, the more it will drop on the site. And shifting the building would also impact parking and circulation unless the size of the building is reduced. Staff suggests that a setback of at least 10 feet be added on Alberta Way. That, combined with the 5 feet that's already out there, would provide a 15-foot landscape buffer. There is a very large landscape area already between the property and Highway 9 or Los Gatos Saratoga Road, so we aren't suggesting a setback on that particular side, but that's at the Planning Commission's discretion. The next item was to increase the landscape at the corner. The applicant did add larger-sized trees on the Alberta Way side and change the species to one that will be a little bit better screening tree. They added some shrubs at the corner area, and they also added 4 other trees to their landscape plan. The next item was to take a look at the parking study and provide some analysis for the evening hours of operation. We have a consultant on this project. It was the town's traffic engineer is TJKM, and they did do some additional work looking at the 6 to 9 p.m. period. And we do have the consultant here tonight, so if you have questions about the parking study, they are available to answer any questions. But generally, the conclusion was that the parking demand at that nighttime period was less than the 3 periods that were studied previously. The next item was to require a master conditional use permit for the new uses in the building that's proposed. And we have included a condition of approval in the PD ordinance requiring that. It would come back to the Planning Commission and would have to be reviewed and approved by the Commission before they could do any tenant improvements in the building. The next item was to take a look at the community benefit offering. The applicant, after hearing some concerns from neighbors about safety and traffic issues in the neighborhood, has agreed to do a $5,000 contribution towards traffic calming improvements, hopefully that would benefit that neighborhood. The next item was to lower the height of the ground sign. It was lowered from 20 to 15 feet. Staff suggested it be lowered to 10, as we previously suggested. There are still 6 tenants shown on this sign, and we are suggesting that it be reduced to 3, which would be in compliance with the commercial design guidelines. The next item was to either eliminate or reduce the tower element on the corner of the building. It has come down from 35 to 29 feet. We also had the consulting architect take a look at the project again with the revised elevations. There was a recommendation to remove the dormer element on the north end, which the applicant has done. And the story poles have been modified out of the site to reflect the current height on that corner tower element. And the last thing was to reduce the size and density of the project. At this point, the building has not been reduced. If the 10-foot setback is required along Alberto, that will result in the building having to be reduced, because otherwise we would get into the parking and drive aisles, and so that would probably take the building down by about 1,000 square feet. In summary, staff recommends the following changes. All new trees should be at least a 24-inch size. We do have a few on here that are shown at 15-gallon. The front setback on Alberto should be at least 10 feet, and that would be in addition to the 5-foot planter that's out in the right-of-way. And the ground sign should be reduced in height not to exceed 10 feet and shall not include more than 3 tenants. We have included conditions for all of these items in the PD ordinance. That concludes my report, and we're available if you have any questions.
Commissioners, do you have any questions of staff at this? Okay. Commissioner Kane, is that a hand up? Yes. Oh, Commissioner Machici.
What you've listed on the recommendations, those 3 items you listed, you said they're already in the conditions?
Yes, they
So
are.
if we were to approve it, it would be with these conditions in it?
Correct, unless you wish to make any changes or modify them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Commissioner Kane, you did have a question?
Yes.
Okay.
Are our traffic consultants available?
Yes.
I have a question for them.
Okay.
For
Question for your consultant or for me, Commissioner Kane?
consultant.
Here.
I'm Joy Bhattacharya. I'm the TJKM Transportation Consultant. We were the traffic engineer.
How do you do, sir?
For this. Good.
Did you see the letter from John Manderfeld regarding the subject property and parking?
I hadn't had the chance to look at that.
Should we do that? What I'm concerned is would be his interpretation or feeling of this interpretation as to how to count required parking spaces at a motel. That's what I'm asking. I'm
Why,
saying.
how about if we have him look at it, and then he can come back up at another later point? Okay, can we hand him a, thank you. We're going to hand you a desk item to read, all right, and review. Thank you very much. We'll call you back up later. Thank you, Commissioner Kane. Okay, with that, any other questions, Commission? None. Okay, with that, I will call the applicant back up. 455 Los Gatos, Saratoga Road.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I'm Dick Scott. I'm a partner with Pelio and Associates of Saratoga, and I reside in Los Gatos. In overview, we have solidly accommodated 6 of the 8 concerns that were articulated in the last meeting in our letter of November the 6th. On the subjects of setbacks and density of the project, we disagree with your suggestions, and I will go into some detail on that after I address these final 2 introductory notes. This development benefits from a concept called shared parking that you're familiar with. This concept reuses existing or modified parking lots and reallocates to new uses when these lots are mostly empty. By using the same asphalt or parking lot for complementary uses, we reduce the number of parking lots used in the community, and ultimately we decrease the community's carbon footprint. I would like to just make this request of the Commission. At the conclusion of today's hearing, it's our request that the Commission would vote on their recommendation to the Council. Your concerns, Commissioners. Number 1, front and side setbacks should be restored for more greenery. When we initially met with staff, it was recommended that we embrace a planned development, and I think that was partially recommended because it gave you and us some flexibility around code and some constraints. It's interesting to note that the town's consultants for parking, traffic, and environment all indicate that this project works. As I mentioned in the first hearing on September 12th, unfortunately this project is set down in a hole, and it's our opinion as a developer that in order to activate this site, we need to bring a little commerce to it. The marketplace, our experience, and many of the brokers, retail brokers that we've talked to indicate that in addition to location, which they think we have, visibility and signage are just absolutely critical. To take advantage of that visibility, especially given that it's below grade, they strongly recommend that this building is as close as possible to the intersection. Your concern number 2, 77 parking spaces may not be adequate. The parking study has been sharpened by the town consultant, and the town consultant reports, and I quote, "The proposed parking supply is more than adequate." I think, just to underline our point, we believe that shared parking is a really responsible, green approach to development, and we were encouraged by how it works on this site. Your concern number 3, the master CUP will be imposed on the project. Staff and Pelio have discussed this at some length, and we are substantially aligned. Your concern number 4, Commissioners. Community benefits need to be clearer. In addition to the intrinsic community benefit offering, bringing retail to a retail-starved area, and some of the other smattering of offerings, and the general condition upgrades that total approximately $75,000. As Suzanne pointed out, we have proposed that we add an additional $5,000 to go to a study and hopefully to some upgrades under the theme of traffic calming measures. I think it's important to note that working with some of our neighbors, this subject came up. We thought it was a good subject and proposed it. Your concern number 5, signage should be reduced. We have an existing sign which is 28 feet high. We've lowered it by about 29% on our first cut down to 20 feet. And now it's being recommended that we reduce it further. It's just really important that these retail tenants have some signage, as you know, especially if they're not in a central business district. Your concern number 6, eliminate or reduce the tower element. Working with staff and the consultant architect, we did so. Size and density should be reduced. The highway commercially zoned development site needs to be in balance. The retail building should not be too big or too small. Responsible development is driven by parking, traffic, and environment. All of the town experts on these subjects say it works. Why are you saying that it does not work? That concludes my comments. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, commissioners, do we have any questions for this applicant? Commissioner Sayoc.
Mr. Scott, did you meet with the neighbors after the last commission meeting? And if so, can you summarize to us the outcomes from that meeting?
Yes, I can, ma'am. We tried to reach out to everyone that had articulated a concern in our project. Unfortunately, I don't have the exact records of who spoke and who didn't spoke, but I think we got a hold of most of them. And I believe it was on October the 4th where we had a meeting that brought together most of the people that had spoken at our last project. And we do have some detailed notes. Some of the takeaways that I heard at that meeting, and I brought a couple of my associates, ma'am, was they're concerned about the traffic along Alberta Way. They're concerned about potentially teenagers that would come from high school once there's a new good place to eat. I guess they would have to cut across the high school to do that and stop doing what they're doing now. They articulated that noise could be an issue if now there's more business at this commercially highway zoned property. They articulated some ideas that maybe we should pay for a new pedestrian overpass over Highway 17. I explained to them that this is just one 9,000 square foot building and a hotel upgrade. We probably don't have that kind of money on this project, but they articulated that some of their neighbors and friends of neighbors currently abuse their parking, and that some people race up and down Alberta Way, and that sometimes people park overnight when they don't know who it is. And so we tried to listen as best we could, and I have some more detailed notes if you wanted to go over them at a later time, Commissioner.
No, okay, Commissioner O'Donnell, followed by Commissioner Rice.
Could you explain the carbon footprint reduction?
Yes, sir. As we started to study this project, we realized that our parking lot was pretty much empty all day long. It was busy late at night and busy early in the morning, Commissioner. But all day long, it just sat there baking in the sun. And so it occurred to one of my partners that this would be a perfect opportunity not to scrape the entire property after meeting with staff because they wanted to keep this motel. How could we keep the motel? So we had this empty parking lot. The town wants the motel. The concept was, how can we take advantage of that? So by having uses at this site when it wasn't being used, this precludes another piece of greenness being converted to a building and having that parking lot sit empty during some period of the time. So it's essentially taking advantage of existing sites, infill sites, and using them for more than one thing so that we can leave parks as parks and other sites as sites.
Is the carbon reduction then the number of plants? Because I don't see a reduction since the same number of cars, whether it's two locations or one location. I'm just trying to find out what the carbon reduction is.
Yeah. Well, I think it would occur in a couple of ways, Commissioner. One is if another retail project isn't built in this community because ours is built right here, another footprint doesn't have to be converted to asphalt and building. Savings number one. Savings number two, if hotel guests don't jump into their cars, go across town, burn gas, and complicate the traffic, savings number two happens. If neighbors don't jump into their car, go across town to pick up their cleaners or to do whatever they do in some of the services we may bring closer to them, savings number three. So it's reducing the overall amount of carbon that's being used. You're welcome.
Okay, and Commissioner Rice?
Mr. Scott, in the conditions of approval on this, staff has already put in some things that address the concerns that we had that you didn't address. I'm curious as to what your perspective on that is.
Which one specifically, Commissioner, are you talking about?
Well, requiring
there's a lot of stuff there.
Requiring the setback, the four that Ms. Davis mentioned, requiring the setback from Alberto, reducing the sign height and making it conform with the sign ordinance, which means 3 names on there, not 6. What were the other?
I think there were 3.
Upgrading the tree size.
I'm sorry?
Upgrading the tree size.
Upgrading the tree size. You're asking for a decision is what I'm getting at.
Yes, we will. We will. It's interesting to note that from a landscaping perspective, I'm going to hit position number 1 from Suzanne's recommendations firstly, that if you take into consideration the extra 4 trees that we added, the additional shrubs, the tree count on this property goes up by 88%. Now, I know not all of them are mature, but the reality is, taking a long-term vision, this site is getting very, very green from a landscaping perspective. Remember, we're just getting rid of a cement pole and some ivy. We're adding a lot of trees. There are 7 trees being removed. None of them are heritage trees, Commissioner. In response to Suzanne's suggestion that we make 4 of the trees, or excuse me, all of the trees 24-inch boxes, we're supportive of that. In regards to the other 2 motions, we do feel very strongly that this building is in balance. We believe that a site should be we believe that a mixed-use project needs to be appropriate. The retail building needs to be neither too big nor too small to create the synergy, to have the visibility to be successful and drive TOT to the town and retail tax to the town, and to have a project that sustains itself financially for the developer. So we feel strongly that the building as submitted is the right size for the site, and all of the town's consultants, parking, traffic, and environmental said it works. So we feel strongly that's the right size. In regard to the signage, the sign's currently 28 feet, and in many people's eyes, it's not that good looking. We've already reduced it over 50% at this point. Not quite 50%, excuse me. And so just about 50% though. And so we've made some accommodations there. We feel strongly that both of those 2 subjects are correct. Arguably, we think the sign's still a little too small.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Commissioner Kane, and then Commissioner Staylock.
A question for staff, then maybe the applicant.
Okay. Question for staff.
Ms. Davis, this is unusual, and I wouldn't ask it except for an observation made this morning. I visited the site and went over to the Alberto office complex and looked at the site from that angle. On that occasion, and/or a different occasion when I was visiting and doing business in that complex, it was alleged that garbage trucks coming down from Highway 9 on Alberta cannot make a right-hand turn into the motel. What they need is to drive through the Alberto office property and come into the motel property head-on. And I thought maybe people were just complaining about change. This morning, I saw garbage trucks going perpendicular to Highway 9 from the Alberta lot, from the motel lot over to Alberta. Now, the garbage trucks can figure out the easiest way to get in and out to where they need to do their business, but my question is this. and it goes to Section 5 of the ordinance that we have prepared, item 71, fire apparatus access roads. In reading that, it occurred to me, if in fact a garbage truck couldn't make that right-hand turn, could a fire truck made that right-hand turn? And then I thought, well, if I bring it up, what do I do with it? And I guess the most reasonable thing would be to say that if in fact a fire truck would have a difficult time making that right-hand turn, that we ask the applicant to stipulate doing whatever needs to be done to allow a fire truck to in fact make that right-hand turn if it is currently not able to do so.
I can't tell you if a fire truck can make that or not. I'd have to contact the fire department, but they did review this proposal and did not raise any issues. I would expect that if that was a problem, that would have come up. We can check on that.
Or it's assumed that trucks could make that right-hand turn. Make it simple. May I ask the applicant if he would stipulate to that, Madam Chair?
I'm sorry, stipulate to, yes.
To fire trucks?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. If in fact the fire truck could not make that right-hand turn, would you do all and anything necessary to allow that truck to make that right-hand turn?
Commissioner, anything necessary, certainly we want to have a fire truck present to battle what needs to be done, but I will point out that the existing turn has a portic chair that's eliminated, and that approach is much modified, and Mr. Kobza can speak to that as well. So my gut is that it's solved before I need to make a stipulation, and I hate to make stipulations that are going to be redundant, but if we need to look at that more carefully in the plans, you can do that.
Is that a yes?
I will make the stipulation if needs to be, but I would also like you to look at the plans, because it's not how it is today.
Something abuts at that corner, and I wasn't sure what it was, and the corner seemed tight as it is, so I thought I would ask you that if in fact...
If necessary.
That truck, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Sayak?
Mr. Scott, in addition to the tower element, the consulting architect had, I believe, two other recommendations. One was a change to the treatment of the clock and trim details. And there's nothing in the staff report, and you didn't mention whether that is something that you also agree with and will make the change?
I did communicate to my planner our position on those. His second recommendation was that the dormer should be removed that faces the existing manager's quarters, and we removed it. In regards to the clock, I mean, it's one of those things like everyone has a different opinion slightly. We think that the clock that we designed, which has some strong black, offers some boldness and it offers some recognition to the clock tower. But what my communication to Suzanne was, we're happy to work with the consulting architect and look at other ideas if they're better. You're welcome.
I wanted to clarify that, to look at other ideas for
the design of the clock, ma'am.
Are you married to this clock?
We like the clock. The clock example that he showed, we thought is a little bit modern for the town and for the site, to be quite candid.
Can I ask you why a clock? To tell time.
Why color green?
My other thing is that I was wondering how the clock, I'm looking at this and I'm having a hard time calling this a tower, and I think it's more of a clock cupola.
That's exactly right.
Right. So anyway, but I do have a question for you. My question is about the plan drawing on A4. I think it's A4. Right. Do you have that in front of you? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Yes, Commissioner.
And it appears as though the roof is pitched from the overhang to somewhere in the center, and then it seems to drop into is that a hollow core that it's dropping into? And could you explain to me what that is for? Is it for mechanicals?
I'm going to ask Mr. Kobza, if you may, Chair, I'm going to ask Mr. Kobza, our architect, to address that.
Okay. Would you please identify yourself?
Oh, Dennis Kobza, architect. No, there is a well, continuous well, at the entire roof. The clock element is outside of the well. It springs off the sloped roof. So there's a well behind the tower for all the air conditioning units, if that was a question.
It is a question. I was going to ask you, how will they be shielded from view?
Oh, the air conditioning?
Yes.
Well, definitely.
That'll
There's
be
a
covered
screen
with something?
all the way around the building.
Will that be covered at the top? The reason I'm asking is because when I drive from the boulevard down Highway 9 into town, I'm going to be able to probably look on and see the top of that, and the mechanicals in that, on that roof.
Well, not likely, because at eye level, when you're coming down there, it's
Not eye level, I'll be,
But I mean, if you were walking or driving along the boulevard there,
I'm coming from the boulevard down Highway 9 into town. Right, will I be seeing mechanicals?
I can't imagine you would, because the screen is 22 feet, and I think the building fascia along the boulevard there is down about 10 feet lower than that.
I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't going to be able to
We
see
think
it.
it's screened.
But do you have a follow-up question?
Well, I was going to say,
Commissioner Rice?
a better example is going across the Bella Vista Bridge. That's even higher.
Oh, that's even higher. That's right.
Commissioner, if I could just clarify.
Yes.
If you look at sheet A5, section A, which is section 7, up in the upper left-hand corner, you'll see a section that the architect has cut
Yes.
through the
I see
building
it.
along Los Gatos Saratoga Road. So you can see the height of Los Gatos Saratoga Road in relation to the building, if you look in the upper left-hand corner.
Yes, section 7
5.
fairly clearly shows that. Section 7 on that sheet, sheet A5,
Boulevard
where you see the sloped bank there,
will be here.
and where the
Okay,
sidewalk
thank you.
is.
I wanted to clarify that. Thank you very much. Okay, I don't have any more questions. Does anyone else have a, yes, Commissioner?
I'm not
Rice?
sure that answers the question, though. If you're going across, for example, the Bella
Oh,
Vista
that's
Bridge,
true. We didn't
would you
have
be able to
that.
see the equipment in that well?
That's true. Thank you.
I don't know the answer to that particular question. I was providing the reference to the view from the road itself. I do not know the visibility, if any, from the bridge.
I will,
Thank you.
Yes?
if you want, we have some pictures from Bella Vista, and if you want, we can take a look at just about how much we see, which is not a heck of a lot, especially given the landscaping. Standing on bridge, looking down upper left-hand corner, also to the right, you can see some of it is blocked already by the motel roof. And just so you know, the story poles, which you see right now, are 6 feet lower. So these were taken, Commissioners, when it was 35 feet high, not 29 feet. So their peaks, I mean, I'm not going to tell you, Commissioner, that using some sort of telescope, you couldn't spot a little bit of metal down in a well really
Thank you.
close.
Thank you. And how many trees are you planting along that Highway 9 wing of the building? Additional trees?
Well, let me break out the landscaping. The beautiful thing about on Highway 9 is that we've got the 25-foot buffer, which is pretty well landscaped already, and I don't think we requested any permits to do any planting in there at that time. But we do have some trees slated. I don't have the exact totals. I'd have to get back to you, or Suzanne could.
I noticed that you didn't call out that the trees be evergreen, but would that be a problem for you to have evergreen trees on that side?
As long as the size of the tree doesn't start to hide the site again.
To hide the site or hide the building? I mean, we're seeing the back of the building.
Well, I mean, part of what the market has told us is that a retail building needs to be seen, and that it's already 7 foot below grade, and so if I...
Thank you. Commissioners, I don't have any more questions. Do you? No, I don't see any, but I do have some speaker cards. You know, I'm going to ask you to sit down, and then I'm going to have the speakers that are before filled out cards come up and talk to us. And the first one is Citizen Ray. Well, I have your card here. You put it in first, and so I would assume that you'd like to come up and, we'll wait. Yes.
Thank you for your courtesy. My first comment is to Mr. O'Donnell. Mr. O'Donnell, I have nothing to say to you about this, okay? As a land use lawyer, you spent your life serving the developers, the private interests. And you're supposed to sit here and deal in the public.
Excuse me, Mr. Davis, I think we're talking about 55 Los Gatos Saratoga Road.
Okay.
Would you
I'm
please
not
make
talking to
your,
that man.
would you please address your comments to 55 Los Gatos Saratoga Road?
So, thank you for taking up some of my time. The issue I want to bring up first off is the fact that the street out in front of this property has a very severe slope, as we all know. And I checked it again today. I started out at 20 miles an hour down that hill and did not accelerate with the gas pedal at all. By the time I reached the signals down below, I was up to 45 miles an hour. That's an addition of 25 miles an hour without any gasoline being fed the engine, okay? So none of this has been even discussed by the so-called engineering department, okay? And I have observed that intersection and checked the dynamics. And I'm telling you, every car that comes down that steep slope picks up speed as they come down. Every car, without exception. It's unbelievable. And if you're down there in the intersection at the motel trying to make a right turn out of there, you're forced to gauge the increasing speed of each automobile coming down there and to figure out whether you can make it or not. I have never experienced anything so bad in my life. And yet the engineering department hasn't a word to say about it. There needs to be some mitigation. And I think prohibiting right-hand turns on the red light down below should be considered, okay? And I think additional timing on the yellow light as you come down the hill should be considered. And I think the dynamics of the intersection should be considered instead of all the, just been totally ignored. Sleep at the switch. Unbelievable. Lastly, the law in Los Gatos on land use requires story poles. And this developer has cheated on the law. What we have out there are story wires instead of 2x4s, and you lose the sense of bulk and mass that comes from 2x4s. May I wrap it up?
I think you did. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Ed Wong, followed by Susan, Commissioners, excuse me, did you have questions of this speaker? No. Mr. Ed Wong, followed by Susan Bonney, I believe, and then followed by William Schweinreckert. And if I mispronounced your name, please correct me at the podium. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Ed Wong. I am not a resident of Los Gatos, but I do work here. I have worked in Los Gatos for the last 14 years. In fact, I've worked right across the street in the Los Gatos Village for the last 14 years and has watched the Los Gatos Motel right across the street. I guess you can say that I spent most of my waking hours in the last 14 years here in Los Gatos, so I guess I'm a neighbor. As I said, my office complex is directly across the street from the Pros Retail Project. When I first started working here in Los Gatos in the early 90s, finding something quick to eat at breakfast or lunch was difficult at best. And it always required me to get in my car and drive up either to Los Gatos Boulevard or to downtown or out of town. And when driving downtown, hoping to find a parking space. Well, there has been some retail development in this town. Nothing has changed in this neighborhood. And everything still requires me to start my car and drive someplace. In the area that I work at Alberto Way and Highway 9, Highway 9 has always acted as a natural buffer, if not a boundary. Walking across that street, that highway, or down that highway can make one feel unsafe at best. With this natural boundary, there is no neighborhood retail that serves our street. I would think it would be a great benefit to the neighborhood to have a retail center on Alberto Way. Bringing businesses to us rather than us having to go to them, I think is a positive change for the area. Wouldn't it be great if you could walk down the street to get a morning cup of coffee, or in the afternoon get a cup of tea or juice? Wouldn't it be convenient to be able to go down the street and get a quick lunch, or maybe get your dry cleaning done, or some other errand like that? For me, I believe that the new retail at Highway 9 and Alberto Way would be a positive and welcome change for the neighborhood, bringing in much-needed retail businesses to serve the residences and the business people in that area, and even possibly taking some cars off the road, mine being the first. With a well-thought-out plan and an appropriate mix of businesses, I endorse this project. Thank you for your time.
Raj, do we have any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Okay, Susan Bonney?
Hello, my address is 420 Alberta Way. I live right next door to that motel. My concern is basically safety. I won't go into the trees or talk about the retail-starved nature of the area. I don't know why we need to be able to sell something every 100 yards in this town, but I guess we do. That street, Alberta Way, and that intersection is so dangerous. I've lived there since 1985. I've seen, I won't say hundreds of accidents, but literally dozens of them. People turning, and people come down that street, Citizen Ray, much faster than 45 miles an hour from the boulevard down towards the freeways. For me to come out of my driveway, which is a horseshoe driveway at Alberto, right next to the motel, the driveway runs along the back of the motel, farthest from the intersection. I have to inch out because that street is always full of cars, and there's giant big rigs there, people staying at that motel. It's very difficult to just get onto Alberto from the driveway because people are coming down. You can imagine in 23 years the growth that's happened on that street. We've now got more condos there and more businesses, and people just race. There's no speed bumps. There's nothing preventing them from going fast. People go 45 miles an hour by the time they hit that driveway, by the time they're passing my driveway. So you really have to pay attention. I can't see anything from the intersection to the front where I'm pulling out in front of these cars, making sure, and I'm sure everybody here who lives here, I've seen people here, it's true for all of us. So, and then when you get to the intersection, we have the same problem. I agree with Mr. Ray on this, that the cars are coming so fast, you really, if we don't have to turn, it's going to create a major backlog of cars if there's no red light turns there. But something should be done about the speed there for that intersection. And my solution would be, I don't think we're going to be able to stop this development. My solution would be to prohibit parking from the corner to the driveway. There's so many cars already. You can hardly find parking if you have a friend coming to visit you there. There's no parking in front of that street anywhere, all the way down until you get past the second condos on the right. There's no parking, and then there's no parking there because it's right on the cliff on the road. So I think if you prevented parking, painted that whole area red so nobody can park there overnight or during the day, because it's jammed. There's people parked there all the time, and you cannot see the intersection. You can't see what's coming down the street, and it's very dangerous. Thank you.
Just a minute. Just a minute. Somebody might have a question. Does anyone have a question? I do. Could I ask you, did you meet with the applicant?
No.
You did not?
I did not know about the meeting. I was unable to.
Were you notified, though, that
Yes,
there
I
was
think I
going to be?
was.
Okay.
But it was the last minute, and I didn't know about the first meeting here, that September 12th, I would have come to that.
Okay. You talk about turning, now, when you're saying the cars are parked from the corner down to your driveway, are you referring to the corner of Highway 9 in Alberto?
Yes.
Okay. On the,
Motel
be the
side.
right side, the motel side?
The motel
Okay.
side, yes.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Kane? I'm sorry, we have another question.
Yeah, I visited the site a number of times, and I have observed wall-to-wall parking. May I ask Mr. Fletcher a question of staff?
Well, is the question for the speaker or not?
Yes, after I'm done. Did you hear that? No. I want to
Okay.
acknowledge what she said about the red curves, and Mr. Parsons, can we look into that? The feasibility of red curves as part of the traffic calming?
We can.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, and William Schweikert. Did I say that correctly? Close?
Hi, my name is William Schweikert, a longtime resident of Los Gatos and a graduate of Los Gatos High School. I would like to suggest to the committee tonight not to approve this project. And I'd also like to address some of the concerns raised by Mr. Scott. I live behind the hotel. I see the daily life every day of what happens, what doesn't. The parking issues, the traffic issues are very real, and they're also quite dangerous. There's no line. In fact, I'd like to see the red line all the way down the street, not just at the front. I have a daughter who goes to Los Gatos High School, and she travels back and forth, both on Bella Vista and across the crosswalk there. So let me just take a moment, I'm just a little nervous, to address some of these issues brought up by Mr. Scott.
Take a
since he
breath.
doesn't live there.
It's fine.
He doesn't live there, and it's obvious to me that he doesn't live there. We were never contacted at all. I live right behind the hotel. My wife and I, Melanie, passed out flyers because we just heard about it, and I would have been here earlier had I known. The traffic we've already talked about, although one thing I do want to mention about the traffic, more red lights at Alberta Way is going to clog up both directions at rush hour. People come down pretty easily and get on the freeway, and of course there are backups at rush hours, but any kind of increase in red lights at Alberta Way is just going to exacerbate that. And that is the main artery to East Los Gatos. I mean, we're clogging up the artery. Mr. Scott talked about retail space, starved area. We don't want retail space. We're not starved for retail space. In fact, the whole thing is kind of silly to put retail space there. It's a hotel. It was built in the 50s. It has a nice charm. When you drive up Los Gatos Boulevard and you look to the right, you can see the view. It has a nice appeal to it. What he's proposing, whether it's 20 feet or 15 feet or 10 feet, is we're going to be looking at the backs of buildings, and we're going to be looking at signage, and that view is going to be destroyed. To address something Mr. Wong said, Ed Wong, he said, well, you know, it would be nice to have some places to go there across the street and get something to eat. Well, I'd like to ask Mr. Wong, would he like to live by a center, a shopping center? He doesn't. He comes here. He's transient. We live there. I've had issues with the hotel. The biggest one is fire. There's a big oak tree behind us, and it drops leaves on the hotel. And I've spent over a year...
Thank you. Are you finished?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. You have a time limit of 3 minutes.
Okay, I'll just conclude with...
I'd like to hear what you wanted to conclude with.
I've had issues with the hotel getting them to clear the leaves because it's fire danger. The old owners of the hotels would actually clear it every year. I've had numerous, I've even gone to the hotel and asked to get them to take the leaves off the hotel because it's a fire hazard. So my point is I have not seen cooperation from them towards the residents, and I don't expect any going forward.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, hang on. Commissioners, do we have any questions of this speaker? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, with the applicant, Mr. Scott, would you please come back up? I have no more speaker cards.
Did you want me to speak?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
You may rebut anything you've heard or you would like to clarify.
Yes, I want to thank both Ms. Twine and Mr. Swiker for taking their time and for their heartfelt comments. Safety is our concern as well. That's why we've donated some money to study this further, whether it's curbs or whether it's some sort of speed bump or whatever. We're open to some good ideas there. I think it's important to remember that the traffic study studied this intersection as it compares to other intersections across the state, the town, and the country, and it's acting well. And just to kind of take away from some of the hunches and the implied perceptions when it comes to traffic, and I quote from the town consultant, "The proposed project is expected to have little or no impact on the accident rate or safety at the intersection of Los Gatos-Saratoga Road and on the Alberta Way roadway segment." Also from the town consultant, "The proposed mixed-use development is not expected to have any significant impacts on the nearby Los Gatos street network." I also wanted to point out that in addition to the $5,000, Ms. Twine, that we're willing to contribute, we're also, by the nature of the conditions, having to upgrade the light. I believe it has to do with ADA upgrades and some other things that maybe Mr. Parsons could go into, but I know that we're contributing to that, and that as part of the general fund, we have to contribute up to $50,000 for the overall traffic upgrades for the town. In regards to Mr. Swiker's comment, I just want to point out a little bit that it's been the Motor Inn that took the lead on trimming that large oak tree, and we did work with the neighborhood association behind us because the tree is actually probably more on their lot than ours. But we also saw the hazard, and we spent a lot of time and money. In fact, we had to actually trim our roof line to accommodate the growth of that tree. In a perfect world, we probably would have taken down the tree, but it's not a perfect world, and that's a beautiful oak tree. And working with the town, they had suggested, and an arborist, that we keep the tree, so we substantially pruned it for safety, and took the lead in that effort.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, do you have additional questions? Commissioner King is Commissioner Matucci, followed by Commissioner King.
Excuse me, Scott. Just solve the dilemma. You asked for a decision this evening, I think at the beginning of the discussion.
A decision? Yes.
The staff report is written and the condition is written are in conflict with what you want to do. So my question is, what preference do you have? Would you prefer an approval with the conditions you're not accepting, or denial because you're not accepting them?
What we're looking for, Commissioner, is your vote either way going forward to the council. I think that the staff and us are substantially aligned. We're fine on the additional landscape upgrade suggested. We do feel strong about the setbacks, size and size of the building and the signage.
Okay, so let me ask you more directly then. If you have to go with this condition, are you going to reduce the size of the building and adhere to that setback?
Can you say your question again, please?
I said, if this thing is approved with these conditions, are you going to adhere to doing it, or are you going to change your mind about it?
I may not understand the process as well as you do, but I think it then would go to the council. we would articulate our concerns, but if it's the only way I can get this to the council, then that's the way I would want it to go.
All right, thank you.
Welcome.
I don't know, but I know that this commission will be making a decision tonight based on our own evaluation of the project and based on testimony we may have heard in the public hearing. So that's my thought on this. Up or down, I don't know, but we will make our decision for us.
I plan
And
to.
it's a recommendation to the council.
I plan to.
And we'll have discussion as well.
Plan to.
Thank you. Okay. Commissioner Kane, did you have a question?
Just a minor item. While you were talking about trimming that oak tree, Mr. and Mrs. Swikert were falling out of their chair in alleged disagreement. There might be a misunderstanding, and I would wonder if you would indulge me by making a good faith promise that you'll go see them.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Commissioner, anybody? No, I don't have any more questions. Thank you very much, and I will close the public hearing and turn this over to the commission for discussion, a motion, comment, and remember, commissioners, that we have findings to make that our zone change is going to be consistent with the general plan, and that it meets the use set forth in the town's general plan, and also don't forget that it's in compliance with the town's commercial design guidelines, which speaks about a lot of things, but also the architecture, and this is highway commercial, so we'll be looking at also the theme and the overall height, mass, and so if we need to add conditions, now would be the time to do it. But let's begin. And who would like to begin? Commissioner Michichi.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve the plan development, PD 0701, with the conditions that have been recommended by the staff, and adding that the master CUP, after being reviewed and approved by us, and that the design of the clock be looked at to the satisfaction of the community development director.
Can I ask you, making the motion, and then we can, for purposes of discussion?
Yeah, we can, if it's seconded, I'll go ahead with the findings.
Okay. Do I have a second on this? Commissioner Kane, I have a question.
Would the maker of the motion accept the traffic calming red curb discussion we had?
First, I need a second here.
Yeah, if I could get a second.
We need a second before we can go forward,
Yes, I
or,
need a second, all right.
excuse me, or we will, did you second?
He said he would, yeah.
You seconding it?
I was just asking if you would agree to the
Yeah,
red.
I would, once I get a second.
Second the motion.
Okay.
Do it yet.
We have a motion by Commissioner Michichi to approve with conditions, and seconded by Commissioner Kane. And so I'd like to open it to discussion. Okay, Commissioner Rice.
I won't be supporting the motion. Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. And I cannot get past.
Excuse me. I'm sorry, can I ask why you're standing there?
Yes, I'll tell you exactly.
No, wait, I closed the public hearing.
You told us that the gray cards were voluntary to fill them out or not, so I didn't deliver it to you. And next thing I heard was that all the public comments were closed, and I could not stand up quickly enough to get your attention before you were putting up to vote.
Open it up again.
Thank you. You know, these meetings are always full of surprises, and I didn't see you standing there, and someone just handed this to me, so.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Very
And you
much.
did fill it out, so we thank you as well.
Thank you.
And so I have to open, excuse me, I'm going to need a motion. I'm going to have to
I will
ask.
withdraw the motion until after the public hearing is
Thank you.
I second that.
I can't hardly wait to read the minutes on this. Thank you. So I need another motion now to open the public hearing. Okay, so moved. Thank you very much. Seconded as well.
Thank you for your patience. First of all, I do want to commend the commission for the time that you take to do this job. I know that you are all good Americans, and I want to thank you for your work on this commission. I know it's often goes unrecognized and unappreciated. Secondly, I want to tell you that I live in that neighborhood. I've lived there for 10 years, and I also used to own a restaurant myself. I went down and talked to Suzanne Davis about this project and picked up not only the plans for the project, but also the traffic study that was done about 6 weeks ago. First of all, I found out that notice was only given to neighbors within a 300-foot proximity of that project, which meant it missed not only the Bella Vista development, but all of the Los Gatos Commons as well. So I've gone around and talked to people on Sunday, and I can't tell you, I found one person out of my development of 47 people that even knew that this hearing was going on this evening for approval or disapproval. So there's been a lot of lack of knowledge on this because we weren't given notice of this, number one. Secondly, I have owned a restaurant before. When I went down to talk to Suzanne, I found out that they were going to have 4 retail spaces plus 2 restaurants in there.
First time.
I know how much traffic there is in having a restaurant business. You've got trucks coming and going, dropping off paper supplies. You've got trucks coming and going for dairy, for meats, for produce, for coffee, whatever. The only ingress, egress out of that development is through the existing driveway. Now, they have 61 spaces currently. They're bumping that up supposedly to 77. They're also increasing the number of rooms that they're going to have in that motel. So I don't know how they're going to accommodate all the more motel rooms, plus all of the traffic from the service people, all the employees, plus the people coming and going for their in-out coffees, and the restaurant, the dry cleaning, which will probably be done off-site, which means dry cleaning trucks will be coming, dropping off, picking up deliveries, all of it out of that one driveway. I would love to have a one-on-one session to go with the traffic study people to find out where in the world they think that with the ingress egress from 17, both going north and south within a couple hundred feet of that intersection, plus the incredible amount of traffic on Los Gatos Saratoga Road anyway. And if you stop and think about it, there are hundreds of residents that live down Alberta Way, and that's their only ingress egress out of their homes. To say that it's not going to impact that traffic is ludicrous. And I walk that area almost every day. Visually, it will completely block out the hillside for most of that walk up the hill that I come every day. And the people I was able to talk to about it on Sunday are extremely unhappy about it. If they'd been given any more notice than me on Sunday night, there would be more people here talking about it. I've had a restaurant, folks. I know how much traffic comes and goes from those. There's also going to be traffic from kids coming over for the high school, where they cut through the backside of the high school or come down Highway 9. Going to be tons of traffic. We don't need more teenagers there. It was a big problem when we had our restaurant close to a high school. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Commissioners, do you have any questions? Commissioner Sayoc?
Thank you for your comments. One of the things I'm curious to know, whether it's your own opinion or whether you've heard from the people you've talked to as you went door to door, knowing that the developers have bought the property and something will happen there, was there discussion or some opinions on maybe what is something that would be palatable to the neighborhood behind there?
You know, the first meeting that I attended on this was the October meeting for the neighborhood there. And by the way, there were only probably about 20 people even at that meeting. Again, nobody in my development even knew about it. Nobody is really sitting around brainstorming saying, gee, I wonder how that builder can make a profit out of this development. You know, we have people from hundreds, well, not hundreds, from long distances come to Los Gatos to enjoy our downtown here and our ambiance and the stores that we have already. You know, we really don't need more retail, and we sure don't need to live with it in our neighborhood.
I'm going to just, did you get your answer? Excuse me. Could you please hold applause? Calls out from the audience, okay? It really disrupts the meeting, draws our attention in the wrong place. Thank you. Commissioner Sayoc, did you get your answer? Yes, thank you very much. I do have two, did you fill out a card? Well, wait, there are speakers in front of you, sir, so I'll let you know when you can speak, okay? So that would be Andrew Holland is next, followed by Danny Moran. Okay, yes,
Okay.
please identify yourself again.
Yeah, the previous speaker, I didn't catch her name, voiced a lot of the opinion, concerns that I had. I live at 420 Alberto, and I look directly out at, right now the signs that are there, the storyboards or whatever you want to call them. But during our meeting in October, when Mr. Scott was nice enough to come, to our condo complex and speak to us, he spoke at length, I believe, and if I'm wrong, then, he can correct me, at length about upgrading the motel, so that more people want to stay there. He spoke about their numbers that they have, and, numbers were down as far as people staying there, and their wish to make it a, affordable hotel, but one in which, people would have a better option, so they don't have to spend $300 a night, staying at the Toll House, et cetera, et cetera. That would, and I may be wrong, but they're trying to get more people to stay at the hotel, and then 4 retail, 2 restaurant, that's 6 spaces with 16 more parking spaces. It really just doesn't make sense. I would love to hear, and I don't know if he's going to come up and speak, but the person, who's here, the expert on the traffic problems, I just don't see, if you're increasing the hotel occupancy, 6 more businesses with 16 spaces, I just don't see how that works, and she spoke about the ingress, egress. And then from a selfish point of view, I bought the place about 1 year ago, and one of the things that I bought it for, and it was a stretch to buy the place, I wanted to stay here, was the view of the Los Gatos Santa Cruz Mountains there, and it's, sort of an eyesore now, even with just the storyboards, out there. I know there are a couple of residents who share the same view that I do, and, probably aren't too happy about that as well. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have questions? None. Thank you. Danny Moran, followed by Kathy Cathay, followed by, and would you please come to the, up near the microphone, please, the names I just called, as well as Forrest Strait. Thank you.
Hi there. My name's Danny Moran. I'm a longtime resident of Los Gatos, and just wanted, I can't speak to the residents nor the traffic issues, but I'm mainly speaking more on aesthetics, and I think the current project, the existing motel, and especially the large sign that's out there right now, I think it's very unattractive. And I think the project's a good one. It looks really nice, and I think it brings a lot of fresh, new aesthetics to the area. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? None. Kathy Cathay, am I saying that right?
It's Kathy, actually. Straight
Okay.
through. I am a homeowner.
I was fancying it up for you.
The only Kathy here tonight, I can guarantee. I am also a homeowner at 420 Alberta Way, and I've lived there for about 4.5 years, and I live there with my 15-year-old son. Here's my take on it. Change is inevitable. Something's going to happen on that corner, and whether we like it or not, something should happen on that corner. I think the property is underutilized, and the motel suffers from high vacancy rates, so it's kind of inevitable that something will change at that location. I'd say, first of all, my main concern to the project is for my fellow condo owners who do face the property. That would be my concern, that their view is obstructed in some way. That being said, overall, I support the project because for the following reasons. Currently, the motel is not all that attractive, nor is the motel sign. A facelift improvement to this part of the property would be a big plus and should improve the occupancy rate. Number 2, I think the addition of some retail restaurant, tastefully done, will improve the appearance of the property. Number 3, I think the shared parking idea is reasonable. I've walked and driven past the property during various times of the day, days of the week, including last night and this morning, when the property had a no vacancy sign, by the way, for last night. I drove in the parking lot this morning at about 8:15 because I was curious, and about a quarter to a third of the spaces were occupied, which is pretty typical from my viewpoint, from what I've seen. The traffic issues, I think they're valid issues. I think there will be some increased traffic. I have lived at the property for over 4 years, and I don't think I've ever had to wait for more than one light to make that left-hand turn going into Alberta Way. My son goes to Los Gatos High School, and he walks there every day. He goes downtown for lunch with his friends. Most of his friends either stay on campus or they head downtown to lunch. They go where the action is. If the restaurants are planned to attract the business clientele from across the street, I seriously doubt. My opinion is that most of the teenagers, I don't think they'll be heading in that direction. If done properly, I think this could be an attractive corner and could be a charming, functional, and revenue-producing addition for our town. The goods and services provided by the restaurant and retail would be a plus, along with the enhanced facelift to the motel. This would benefit both residents and the business personnel across the street. I think the proposal is a winner. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, and 4 straight. Do we have questions? No, we don't. Thank you.
Thank you. One of my concerns outside the project is Alberta Way. If you've driven the street, if you go all the way to the end of Alberta, there's a cul-de-sac, and then you start coming back out towards Highway 9, what you find is on the right side is a red zone along the right side, so there's no parking, but we do have parking on the left. As you get closer to this development and some of the commercial properties, what you find is there's a turn and you have parking on both sides. A lot of the people that park there, whether it's during the day or not overnight, some of the residents, most abide by the fact that I think by law you have to be within 18 inches, and some of them are very, very close, which is nice because if you have like a garbage truck coming down, I drive the street, almost the entire street daily. If you have a garbage truck coming down, even if the cars are parked right up against the curb, what you end up doing is having to slam on your brakes because most of the cars are over the yellow line because the street is so narrow. I think what, the traffic study or whatever you could do on that street, I believe one side of the street, because the entire street is so narrow, should probably be no parking in red on one side, move the yellow line over so there's actually enough room to drive a car safely without going around a corner and seeing a car come in the opposite direction over the yellow line. I'd recommend that you guys go down and drive it during the day and see if you don't see the same thing, that cars are continuously driving over the yellow line. With that said, the other thing that I did within the last week or two is I talked to a retired policeman, 25, 30 years on the force in Los Gatos, another couple of policemen that have worked in excess of 20, 25 years on the force in Los Gatos, and I asked, was that intersection coming down Highway 9, was that more or less equal to all the other accidents in the area, or was it more prone to more accidents? And the consensus was there are more accidents there than I don't know, per vehicle trip or however you want to say it. I don't know if you've ever done a study, but I know more vehicle trips to a retail is just going to have more accidents. My feeling is I don't think we need more retail. I don't think we need. I'd love to have. I live on top of the hill on Maggie Court. I'd love to have a Starbucks there, so I could just walk across the street and have a Starbucks. We got 3 in town. We got coffee shops all up and downtown. Why do we need more retail? I think it's nice just to get on a bicycle or walk wherever you want to go and go to the, downtown. I think if what you.
Would you please wrap up?
Well, I just think what I would recommend is taking a lot of the parking off the street. I think this particular project, you put more space, you're going to need more parking. We're going to have more cars in the street than there already. Right. I just don't see a need for.
All right. Thank you. Do we have any questions? Seeing none, we appreciate you coming forward tonight. Thank you. Oh, did you have a question? No. Okay. Thank you. I don't have any more speaker cards. I think we're going once, going twice, going 3 times. Thank you. So I'm going to close the public hearing again. Oh, yes, excuse me. I have a note. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm going to call the applicant back up, and then we might have further questions. And then also I would like to call the traffic consultant up as soon as the applicant has finished speaking. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. One just small correction is that in town, there's now, both in the town, there's less hotel units since I believe the motel on Main Street has gone away, and the motel, I think it was called Felice on Winchester, so there's a little bit less rooms in town these days. But our one of the speakers, and I didn't get two of the names because I'm not sure if they introduced themselves, but there's going to be less rooms at this motel, just so that's clear. I think we have 60 now, and I think we're going to 57 in the new plan. Some of the comments I just wanted to point out, some clarifications. In terms of the accident rate, I think I was told that, Mr. Parsons, you also talked to some police regarding this accident, regarding this intersection, in addition to the traffic study. Is that true or not? Okay. I wanted to point out that in terms of the view shed, when we took a look at this project from the various angles, both from above on the overpass and from various points on the property, we were actually pretty pleased because we didn't think many people's views were blocked. When the environmental report was issued, I believe it indicated that one person's apartment had some blockage of the mountains. And then after that report, we lowered the tower by 6 feet. So I know that change is always going to be inevitable that it changes some landscape, but I think overall this is low impact. Thank you for some of the comments, some of the positive comments as well. We appreciate that. I will point out that the last 2 days was one of the rare events of the entire year when we had some good occupancy, and it had to do with Oracle taking every hotel room in the entire valley. So even in that state, when we still had 1/3 to 1/4 of the parking spaces available at the time that I believe it was Miss Kathy went by, I think that's an indicator that the shared parking is sound and that we can use this parking when it's not being used by motel guests. In regards to the last gentleman that spoke, I just wanted to point out that we support looking at all the options for making it a safer street. And that's why we proposed some additional study and backed it up with some money. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have questions, Commissioners? We do. Commissioner Nuccici?
Yeah, it's based on the last group that came up. I just opened up a question in my mind. It may have been answered before, but I've forgotten. Had you considered office space there in lieu of retail?
It's actually, Commissioner, we have a very small component of office space there. I believe it's around 2,300 square feet.
No, what I'm saying, had you considered not having retail but having all office space?
We considered a lot of options, but
what was wrong with that?
When we first met with the town, we sat down and we tried to get their input as a first step. They strongly encouraged us to consider trying to hold on to that motel, number one.
No, I understand the motel. I mean retail, office instead of the retail.
Well, we have some office already going, so it's a mixed use. So the concept is you try to get a little bit of a couple uses so that the parking works best. So for example, the office users will not be there on the weekend, right? So the retail, if they have a little bit more business, that offsets that. So it's a smattering of all three, and I think it's complementary.
Okay.
Do we have any other questions? I do have one for you. The commercial design guidelines speak a lot about landscaping, and I'm very concerned about the impact that corner architectural feature is going to, how that will impact that I consider that a landmark corner in our town, because it is where it is and it has been there for a long time, and we're used to the green that's there and the green hills behind it. So I'm wondering, have you read the guidelines about the landscaping and how they encourage them? And this goes with the staff's recommendation of the 15 feet on Alberta Way. And how would you feel about softening that corner with more landscaping, much like, not exactly like, but I consider one of the premier corners in our town, the Cornerstone building over on Los Gatos Boulevard? Because right now what I'm seeing is a lot of building.
Well,
when for 40 years it's been not, so.
Well, a couple points, ma'am. It was suggested last time that we work on that corner, and we did. We made the trees that are at that corner larger, and we add some more shrubs as well to a corner planter. Our corner is, well, let me back up. Cornerstone was also cited to us by staff when we first met with them. And in fact, that's one of the reasons why we had an idea to have a tower at that corner, because the commercial guidelines and staff said that was a good project for us to look at. And so that's why we had a tower. And our tower wasn't even as big as the Cornerstone Tower. Having said that, our corner is more challenged than their corner because it's 7 foot below grade. So we have an 88% increase already, ma'am, in trees on that site with our development. Our site is sitting down in a hole, and I'm afraid adding too much more landscaping in front of that building is going to do the exact opposite of what everyone that's in the retail world and in the marketplace tells us we should do at that corner. And I think it's properly buffered now. It's probably excessive, honestly. It's my opinion.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions, Commissioners? Seeing none. Thank you. I'd like to call the traffic consultant up. I think some of the Commissioners had questions. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Would you state your name for the record, please?
Sure. I'm Joy Bhattacharya with TJKM Transportation Consultant.
Okay. And who has a question? Commissioner Keen?
You've had time to look at the letter from John Manderfeld?
Yes, I just
And some interesting alternative views for calculating parking at a motel. I wondered what your comment, I mean, we had a concern last meeting about the parking. Staff is saying that parking is not a concern. I guess one interpretation of this letter would be to say that it's even less of a concern. So that's my question. Would you agree with the wisdom of some of these alternative calculations and thereby say that parking at the facility is even less of a concern?
The way we did the parking study, we kind of took the conservative approach and we assigned one per room as the parking spaces requirement. But if you look at our table, which summarizes the parking rates from the surveys that we have done at 3 different locations, we are also getting something like 0.7 parking spaces per room. So which kind of falls in place with this letter?
0.6.
0.6 is stated in the letter, whereas like based on the surveys that we have conducted, we found that 0.7 is the maximum parking demand for Garden Inn, which has 28 rooms.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions for the traffic consultant? None. Thank you. Oh, wait, Commissioner O'Donnell.
This is just a general question. There's been a lot of testimony about traffic and how busy it is and the streets and all that. All the reports I think we've seen so far indicate that the development, were it to go as it's being requested, would not overtax the parking. That's what you just said, right? And that traffic would not overtax the intersection. Is that your opinion?
That's correct. The way we look at it is we just look at the level of service or the operation of the intersection, and from the operation point of view, we rank it in a level of A to F. And based on the traffic volume that we collected for this intersection, it falls at level of service B, which is considered to be pretty good.
There are also some comments concerning the visibility in and around that entrance into the motel. Did your work at all involve determining whether there were visibility impairments at the driveway or near the driveway to the motel?
As far as I understand from this report is we have looked at the visibility issue of the signals and not right at the driveway, which considers like the side distance and those issues. So we have looked at the signal and we have said that because of the slope at that intersection, the mast arms are lifted up, which makes the signal visible for the drivers coming down the slope.
What about the right turn as you leave Alberto and you either go onto the freeway or you go into town? There's been some back and forth on how safe that is. Did you look at that?
What we have looked at is we have analyzed the number of accidents, and that is based on the statewide data that we'll receive from either the town staff or from the police department. And we have looked at the total number of accidents that have happened or occurred at that particular intersection, and also analyzed what the cause could be for that accident. And we have found that it's much lower than the statewide average considered for a similar kind of an intersection.
Let me see if I understand. Are we talking only about the right turn, or are you talking about the intersection in general?
I'm talking about the intersection in general.
Thank you.
Mr. Machici.
One of the speakers brought the fact that if we have some retail there with restaurants and so forth, there'll be additional types of traffic. How do you take that into account? Delivery trucks, so forth?
The way the traffic study was done is basically we have based it on the statewide average, which is published by Institute of Transportation Engineers, and they have a specific rate based on the square footage of the restaurant or the square footage of the motel or the different land uses. And that is what we have used to determine how many trips are going to come in and out of the building.
Let me rephrase it. I know you do that with the traffic that comes into the restaurant and so forth. I'm asking about how do you account for the delivery trucks, the ones that are coming in and out depending on the type of restaurant it is, or depending on the type of retail it is? How is that accounted for?
That already is accounted for in the
In
number
that
of
study?
vehicle trips. Yes.
And during a certain time, or
We usually
anytime?
just focus on the peak period, which is
Peak
between
time?
7 to 9 and 4 to 6.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, do we have any other questions? Commissioner Sayak. A question? Okay. I will call, all right, well, are we finished with this speaker? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will call the applicant up for one quick question.
And I apologize for that. Something Commissioner Machici just triggered another question in my mind. In your plans, the subject of delivery trucks came up. With retail and 2 restaurants, where do you plan on doing the loading, unloading, and having these trucks park while they're doing their deliveries?
I guess I want to point out, first of all, that this is a highway commercial site, and it's been designed to accommodate for some deliveries for some trucks. There are various stalls that meet code that are a little bit that meet code not just for cars but for some trucks as well. And so as Joy pointed out, your consultant, it's been factored into the overall survey from a parking perspective. Do you need some more detail, or?
Perhaps maybe this is just more an observation. If there's already issues about parking and whether there's sufficient parking, I'm just trying to, in my mind, visualize how that will work when delivery trucks actually start coming in, because I'm assuming they'll be parking closest to the buildings, and that will then occupy several parking spaces.
I guess I just want to point out that if we had to add a loading zone over by a trash enclosure, my architect pointed out that was a possibility. I don't personally know if that is needed, to be candid with you, Commissioner. I will point out that when these trucks generally visit, they visit at off-peak times intentionally. And that's how probably every single commercial site in the valley works. And it's working all over the valley as we speak right now. The one additional thing that I wanted to point out to my neighbors is that unlike a lot of commercial sites that you could have bought next to, you bought next to a commercial site that's got a motel as a natural buffer right in between where people sleep and our proposed retail building. So one is it works everywhere else. 2 is they've got a natural buffer from a noise perspective, because I think that partially goes to your concern, Commissioner. And it's going to be at off-peak hours. So I think we're in solid shape.
Do we have any more questions about that? Off-peak hours, 7 to 9?
Yes, ma'am.
When most people are going to work? That's all. Yeah. Okay. I don't know if that was a question. I wish it was. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry, come back.
Is there a question or is it a comment?
It's a question.
Yeah.
It would be from 7 to 9.
I'm gonna talk to I'm gonna ask ask your consultant here what he defines as off-peak hours from a delivery perspective. Joy?
Okay, excuse, okay.
From traffic point of view, it is 7 to 9 in the morning and 4 to 6 in the evening.
Okay, all right, thank you. And to clarify that. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. I have no more speaker cards or see people standing before me. So, that being said, Commission, I'm turning this over to you for motion, discussion, comments.
I'll make a comment.
More questions of staff? Commissioner Machici.
Yeah, I'll make a comment. Based on most recent evidence, I'm reconsidering my motion at this point, so I'd like to hear comments from the commissioners.
Okay. Commissioner O'Donnell.
I have several things. It is already zoned, so we're not dealing with a zoning issue. It is zoned for the use. So commercial can go in there, we know that. So it's really a question of, to me, it's a question of, is this too dense? Staff has recommended that, in essence, it is too dense, and we should move the setback, which would take away, I think, about 1,000 square feet, which brings it down from its proposal by 1,000 feet. Applicant obviously is going to reject that, but the city council, the town council will be able to decide whether that recommendation would stand. So I think it's too dense. But that is my feeling. But part of my problem at the moment in considering what we should do with this is, if this project, for example, were not approved, it doesn't make commercial go away. It doesn't make this development go away. The town has expressed a desire, which I personally think is a good idea, that the motel be preserved. Perhaps upgraded would be a good idea, but preserved. I think all of us who live in this town, and I've lived here a long time, realize having a few motel rooms, hotel rooms is a good idea. So the only thing I'm wrestling with right now is, the easiest thing to do is say, this is too dense, I'm not going to play that game. But what I'm concerned with is, if you follow the recommendations of the staff, you get a smaller commercial development, a more attractive commercial development if you follow the recommendations. Secondly, we can condition it ourselves here. If the conditions are not adequate, not enough, we can add conditions. I think all the comments concerning Alberta Way and traffic mitigation are good things. However, and we can put those in too. I don't know that we can necessarily put them all onto this development, because it sounds like it is an existing problem, which may be made worse and maybe not, I don't know, by this development. So I'm sharing my concerns with the commission to see if my fellow commissioners can share with me their feelings and whether they think this is a project that is just a no, or whether it can be conditioned such that at least we'd have the feeling that we know what we're getting, rather than looking downstream and who knows what we're going to get. So that's the question I have. Thank you.
Okay, and we will hear from everyone. I know we all have opinions. Commissioner Rice, followed by Commissioner Kane, and then Commissioner Sayoc.
My biggest concern is around the mass as well. And when this project was originally proposed, and I talked to staff, and they said, oh, yes, they're coming in with a 5,000 square foot building for retail, my first thought was, okay, I'd like to see it. I'm open to that. And then it comes in at 9, and if we push the setbacks back to where they belong, we're at 8, which I still think is probably going to be too dense. I have some significant concerns around design. A big blank wall facing Highway 9 being part of it. That well on top, trees are not there forever. And the concern of, because it is sitting down, people going by on Bella Vista Bridge, people coming down the hill may very well see into that well. And we've had other developments where we conditioned that the HVAC units be put inside. My preference would be to send this back for a redesign. The applicant has said that's not what he wants. Well, if it's not what he wants and he'd rather have an outright denial, that's what he would get from me. But I see too many issues unresolved for my liking to see it go on with any kind of a positive recommendation from me at this point.
Commissioner Kane, I believe you were next, followed by Commissioner Sayoc.
I agree with Commissioner O'Donnell, and I like the construction of his thoughts. That is to say that it sounds almost like a motion. And regarding those secondary concerns, the red curbs, the traffic calming, we list those in addition to the 3 concerns from staff. And to facilitate the matter, say, subject to the approval of the Director of Community Development. So it doesn't come back here. They're not primary issues, but yet there's pretty compelling testimony that someone should look at, someone should consider doing something about those concerns. So leave it up to the Director of Community Development, but we can list them. I do want to say something, again, about Town Council. I don't care whether they appeal it or agree with it or whatever. I think we should do our job and let the applicant do what the applicant wants to do. Town Council may listen to us, and he'll be back here. But that's his choice. I think we should do our job and then let the applicant make his decision. So, Commissioner O'Donnell, you could probably best capture your own thoughts as you said them earlier. Did you want to put those in the form of a motion?
Excuse me. Excuse me, we have, we're waiting for Commissioner Sayoc, and then I have some things to say.
Make a motion.
Exactly.
Oh.
I ask that we,
Commissioner King, you may forget, I might have something insightful to say. I'm just joking.
No, you're not joking, and you do always have something to contribute. Thank you.
One of the things that I agree with Commissioner O'Donnell is that it is currently zoned for commercial, and so we're not taking away the uses that will inevitably go there. But what is before us is a request for a planned development, and that significantly changes it, because when you go from your current zoning, which everyone knows what the code regulations are, for example, 15-foot setbacks, then you go to a planned development, then you're kind of asking for, well, let's ask for waivers for these certain codes that we normally ask commercial developments to abide by. So using setback as an example, I strongly believe that a 15-foot setback is still necessary. I know staff is recommending 10 to be sufficient, but given that the density and the way the appearance is, I think 15-foot setback, as the code requires of normal applicants, is something that I would personally want this applicant to follow. With regards to the architecture, I also have some concerns with that. I'm still not convinced that having a large architectural element is something that would bring potential clients and buyers to the site. I tend to think that something cute, quaint, and charming would do the trick versus something that's just overbearing on me. It's a site that many people know of. It's a small town, and I think if you have tenants that are well-respected, if you have a good reputation, I think that in itself would bring people to your site, and reliance on signage and a big architectural element won't necessarily do it. The first issue that came to my mind when I read that proposal, and I completely understand your concerns of activating the site. That's the term that you seem to use, but then perhaps maybe the site isn't the best place for this retail element. So, what I try to do is see what's the best use of the site, and if there's so many constraints against it, then maybe that necessarily isn't the best use of it. So for those 3 reasons, I think I would have to, if it were to be a straight vote, I would have to vote no against it. I do think renovating the hotel and perhaps tweaking it, I think it's worthwhile, and I'd like to see it. So it would be nice to have it sent back to be worked with on the staff, but I certainly respect your request for a yes or no vote tonight.
Thank you. I'll keep my comments. Oh, Commissioner Michichi.
Yeah,
Right after you, my comments will come.
I think the additional comments made by the public changed my mind considerably on this thing, and I've re-looked at the density on this thing. I think the 1,000 feet is a step in that direction, but probably still not enough. I agree with the last commissioner who spoke here. What's her name again?
Commissioner Sayoc. Insightful Commissioner Sayoc.
In that, we can go commercial, but we can do it in a much better way then. And so I too feel very strong on denial at this point, or sending it back for a redesign.
Thank you. I will just try to be brief, but the applicant refers to this site as a whole, and I really resent that because I think this is a landmark corner that is unique to our town. It's contoured, and something very special could happen there. I think any tower element needs to be eliminated from that corner. I'll just come right out and say it. I'm very concerned with what I see with the architecture inside here, and as we know, that drives development in the town, and it's not anything about unique Los Gatos character. Very concerned about that because it is such a visible corner to those of us who live here, and getting on and off of freeways, if you don't live here, you see that corner. I think that the visual element, and I think the surprise should happen inside your courtyard. You get people in there, then you make that's what you want, you want them in there. The word will travel. I don't think we need a monumental sign to tell us that. I have so many issues with that were addressed by most of you. The intensity for me is a concern. Are we overdeveloping this site? I, for one, think we are. I think some of you are in agreement with that. So do I think there should be some retail there? I think it could be. I think that it could offer the motel, people who stay at the motel, something, perhaps a smaller restaurant. I had a real question about two restaurants beside each other. I didn't get that one at all, but anyway. So I would say that this has to either go back for a redesign or, and I wanted to mention about the landscaping. The landscaped area around the pool is coming out, and it doesn't seem to be, cared for and replaced elsewhere on the site, and that concerns me. So that all being said, and probably a lot more things, it either has to go back for redesign, or I will also support a denial. So, Commissioners, do I have a motion? Do I have questions? Do you want to make another comment? No one's jumping up. Come on, Commissioner Rice.
I'll move for denial, a recommendation of denial to the Town Council for all the reasons that have been discussed over the last few minutes by the Commission. I don't think it's, I don't have the, I don't know what else I need to put in that.
Do you have the
That's what I'm looking.
findings in front of you?
Thank you. I'm not sure that the proposed zone change is internally consistent with the general plan and its elements. And it has to meet all three of these, and it doesn't meet that one. And the second, it definitely, for me, the exterior architecture is not consistent with the town's commercial design guidelines. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. I will look for a second. Commissioner Sayak will second that. All right, I have a motion for denial as not meeting the guidelines for the town's commercial design guidelines, and also, was it the zone change in the general plan? Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Comments? Commissioner Tucci.
I'd like that to be reconsidered only on the basis that what I thought I heard the commissioner say was that it needs change, okay? And I'm not sure it can't be changed to the liking at this point. Sending it up to the council in its present state doesn't do anything other than tell them we're against it for density and other reasons. My tendency now, based on what the commissioners have said here, is that we just send it back. We lower the intensity, get the setbacks back where we want them, review these traffic issues or whatever they are, and come back with a better plan. I'm hearing we don't like the plan for the majority of the commissioners. And I'm hearing it's too intense from almost all the commissioners.
Right. And I might support something like that. And the reason is because, unfortunately, the applicant decided not to go to the Conceptual Design Advisory Committee, which is really what our first looking at this now is about. We're giving them the direction that they probably would have heard there. So I would support a redesign. I have to think about if I'd support a denial, but I certainly would that. Yeah, so let's call the motion, all right? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And opposed?
No.
No. Okay, 3-3. Yeah, 3-3. You voted, how did you, could I have a recall of the vote?
No.
No.
Oh, okay, it did pass. I'm sorry, yes, 4-2, I'm sorry, thank you. Okay, motion carries for denial. Thank you for keeping me abreast of that. All right, so,
Thank you, Madam Chair. The decision of the Planning Commission is to recommend to the council a denial of the application for a zone change on the property. The council will not automatically hold a hearing on a denial. A request for a hearing must be made by the applicant. The request can be made anytime between now and 5 days after the date that the Commission's recommendation is filed with the council. I believe from staff that the Commission's recommendation would most likely be filed with council at the council's meeting on December 3rd. So the effective outside deadline, if that is the date that the Commission's recommendation is filed with council, would be, I believe, December 10th. So again, anytime between now and 5 days after the recommendation is filed with council, probably no later than December 10th.
thank you very much, Commissioners. And with that, we're going to take a break, and we'll be back in about 5 minutes. Thank you.
I'm confused.
are now at item number 2, Commissioners, and that is 41 Miles Avenue, conditional use permit U-07-155. It's requesting approval of a time extension to construct and operate a skate park on property zoned RC. A mitigated negative declaration has previously been made for this proposal. It's APN 529-05-049. Property owner applicant is the town of Los Gatos. And I'm calling item number 2, but before we say anything, I want to remind the Planning Commission, the staff, and the audience that that the public hearing was closed on this, and as you remember and recall, we were in the middle of discussion when it was discovered that 3 commissioners had not seen the mitigated negative declaration. And so we, closed the hearing for that purpose, and then we continued it, we continued it to today for that purpose, and I think you've all read it. Is that correct? So we were in the middle of a discussion, and I'd like to just have us continue from where we left off. Do you I think, Mr. Korb, you did have something you wanted to say?
Just for the record, Madam Chair, and for the members of the Commission, I do want to note that Mr. DiNapoli, who is a resident in the vicinity of the location of the project, did request through me the opportunity to, that the Commission reopen the public hearing and that speakers have the opportunity to address the Commission. Again, that is up to the Commission to decide. However, I understand from your statement that you're going to continue the discussion from the point that the Commission ended the discussion at the last meeting.
That would be my, that's what my intention is, but I do have fellow planning commissioners, and if you'd like to comment on that, or if you have a different feeling about that or idea, I'd be interested to hear it. Commissioner O'Donnell?
I'm throwing this out again for feedback from everybody else, because I'm going to share with you where I think we are, and maybe I'm wrong on this. But it seems to me that the CUP was approved. The time to appeal has now gone, and whatever happened on appeal or didn't have appeal is over. It's done. So it is no longer before us should one issue a conditional use permit. But what is before us is, should we keep that use permit alive by the extension? And the scope of should we keep it alive by the extension is different than shall we grant a CUP. So the issue now, I guess, is when we close the public hearing, is there any reason we should reopen it? And obviously, if we were receiving something new and different that people hadn't had an opportunity to speak on, I would say yes, we should. However, and maybe I'm missing something here, all I've seen is what was already in the record that we had not shared together. But it was in the record, and everything was premised on the fact that it was a mitigated negative declaration, which we've now been given, the initial study, which we've now been given. I don't recall, and I'm asking anybody else to give me some input there, but I don't recall seeing anything new that would prejudice anyone who wanted to reopen. In other words, if we said no, there's no real reason to reopen, which is my inclination at the moment, I'm looking for somebody to say, but that's not fair because of something. I haven't found that something. So if any of you have something you think would be unfair about not opening it, I'd like to hear that.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell. And just to remind you, and I'm sure you already know this, Commissioners, but the time extensions are not intended to provide an opportunity, as Commissioner O'Donnell said, to completely revisit the application. Prior to this meeting, we heard from 33 very eloquent speakers who were passionate on the merits or the demerits of whatever it was they were talking about regarding this issue. But we were continuing it. Our discussion is what we were continuing. We have minutes with everybody's name and what you represented at that time. I know I've reviewed the tape, and I think several of my commissioners have, if not all of you have reviewed the tape. So just for the purposes of us continuing our conversation and moving this ahead, I would say that I would be less inclined to open the public hearing. I remember what people have said. Commissioner Micciche.
Yeah, just a question to staff. Mr. Studer, when we continue something like this, does the public have an opportunity to send in additional evidence? They don't.
No, when you close the public hearing, you're
It's done.
effectively closing off any further evidence.
Thank you.
Did I see another hand up here? No? Okay. All right. With that being said, thank you for coming, and we'll continue our conversation. All right. Commissioners, I'm going to turn this over to you for comment, a motion, questions. Yes. Commissioner King.
The first bridge to cross for me is whether or not any of the new commissioners found anything in the mitigated negative declaration that they've reviewed that we need to take into consideration specific to the question of extension. If I may.
Yes. Commissioner Bourgeois.
Yeah, I think there were a lot of very good concerns raised. If this mitigated neg deck were before me today, I probably wouldn't vote for it. However, that's not what's actually before us. It's whether there's new facts that weren't considered at the time when it was made. We're not revisiting that judgment. And I've heard some good issues, but they were all things I think that were readily available at that time. So in my opinion, do I think perhaps the traffic study or the parking study could have been better, maybe wasn't adequate? Yes, but that's not what we're here today to do. So that's kind of where I stand on it.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Bourgeois. Do I have any other comments from Commissioner Rice, Sayoc? Commissioner Sayoc.
I'm just going to concur with Commissioner Bourgeois. I hate to be so process-oriented, but in past CEQA instances, as he eloquently said, the merits and demerits of the issues that we had heard at the last meeting were very specific about the adequacy of the mitigated neg deck that was approved 3 years ago. And as I, for one, I wasn't here 3 years ago, it's very difficult for me to look at that. It's almost as if you're appealing what was done 3 years ago. And the scope before us today is so limited that I can't find a reason to say that consideration should be looked at tonight, and that what's in front of us, the new information, I haven't seen anything that would warrant a change as defined by the rules and regulations that are in front of us tonight.
Thank you. Commissioner Micciche.
Yeah, I guess I'm a little confused as usual, so I'll put it in that sense. However, I agree, the mitigated doesn't do that, but evidence that was brought up that night has caused me to ask questions as to whether that issue is there. So I don't see it only as this issue that we're discussing, but that we're going to be discussing if we felt there was evidence that night that should change, or we should consider on whether we give this an extension or not. So I'd like to hear some comments on that, because we didn't have an opportunity to discuss that much when this issue came up.
Commissioner Micciche, do you have an issue that you remember?
Yeah,
would you like to start off, or?
Well, one of the things that struck me was the evidence that was presented, the pictures of the parking lot where we saw a lot of traffic. As a result, on 2 or 3 occasions, I went down to that parking lot at different times and did see a substantial amount of cars in that lot. Okay, I saw early in the morning when I did the walk on the creek, a lot of people are parking there to do their walk and then come back and take it. So the loss of that parking lot is an issue to me. And that evidence was presented that night, if you recall, somebody brought in pictures of that thing. So, I did it at different times. I did it in the morning, I did it in the evening, a couple of times when I was going by there, just to understand and see for myself. And it appeared that all 3 times I went, there were more automobiles there than I saw in the report. So I'm not sure that 1 week report, and like you said, it was voted on at the time, but that could be new evidence to me. I took it as new evidence in any event.
Okay, thank you. So your concern is loss of parking?
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner, Kane and then Sayoc, I believe, and then Commissioner Bourgeois.
Commissioner Michichi, I'm listening.
You're listening?
It's the first time it's been time well spent. That's what you did to me last week.
Okay.
I'm listening, and I'm also reading the staff re-review of traffic and parking. And I'm hearing you and I'm hearing them. Can you help me? They don't seem to think there's a problem. You're suggesting there might be.
I mean, to answer that, Commissioner Chair? I'm not suggesting there's a problem with the staff said. I think they adequately stated all the things that are true. What hit me was that the traffic study was done during 1 week in March, and that's the data that was presented. Okay? The evidence I got that night from the public was at random times other than that 1 week in March and at different times. So I'm questioning whether that's new evidence that supports doing something else with this.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Sayak.
Actually, Commissioner Kane asked the question for me. What I was going to ask through you was if you can, for yourself, with the information that was presented at the last meeting, how you would view it? Would that be a change in information from what you had approved 3 years ago from what?
It would have been if it had been presented at that time.
Thank you.
I would concur with that since I was on the commission at the same time as well. Commissioner Bourgeois.
Maybe the commissioners who were on the commission at the time could help me, because what I remember is that some of these same issues were brought up at the original public hearing, that, hey, maybe the traffic isn't adequate. What about holiday parking? And I think those are all real and valid issues, but I think the deciding body at the time considered those things and made the decision anyway. And so we're hearing a reiteration of those facts. Hey, maybe the traffic isn't adequate. Maybe, what about holiday parking? It's the same facts. And so I don't think we can go back and, I think you know where I'm going with this.
Okay. Commissioner O'Donnell?
I agree with Commissioner Bourgeois. Number one, there was a more recent traffic count, which I think Commissioner Michichi is talking about. But back in 2004, there were multiple days of traffic count. I, for one, would have to find a substantial difference in the traffic count, and the only evidence I've got is the town. Now, for you, walking around looking and taking in whatever you took in is interesting, but I don't think you're testifying here that I should take, I don't question your comments, but I'm not quite sure that I would make a decision to say that all the evidence that went before and study, et cetera, and the responsive comments of the staff more recently would be overruled because a commissioner walked by a couple mornings and saw more traffic. Let me just finish. Because if that were the case, we'd have no finality. I think, for purposes of process, and maybe being lawyers, you are concerned with process, because otherwise things become endless. A decision was made, evidence was taken. The only thing would change my mind now is whether the environmental information is so out of date that we should not be relying on that anymore, a change of circumstance and fact. And the only evidence I've heard that I would consider to be something that would give me pause, and that is what you just said. I heard everything else, but, for example, when they said, well, there's more truck traffic, I'm prepared to believe that's not true. From what I've heard from the town, there is not more truck traffic. In fact, there is less truck traffic. I don't question the honesty of the neighborhood. I'm sure they believe that because they're there and they see it. But I also think that the facts, as stated by the town, are more convincing to me. So I'm sympathetic to what Commissioner Michichi says, but I still am of the opinion of what Commissioner Bourgeois is saying. And in a moment, we'll find out whether we have sufficient votes one way or the other.
May I respond to that?
Yeah, I will let you. I think no one else wanted to speak, so yes, go ahead.
Just let me clarify. You mentioned the word traffic a number of times. I never mentioned traffic. I mentioned parking, okay, which is, to me, a lot different from that. And that's the only thing I observed. I didn't count trucks going down or cars going down. But there was a significant amount more parking each time I looked at that, and gives me cause for wonder whether the information we got in the traffic study was accurate or not, or sufficient.
I did understand you.
Okay.
Commissioner Kane?
Maybe to clarify the narrowness of this corridor, I watched the town council meeting on Monday night. I heard a town council person say the expense that we thought was $1 million 3-4 years ago is now $1.4 million. I heard speakers in favor of the park say that their sport is increasing radically and they've got twice as many or more skateboarders. And something I'd mentioned at the last meeting is that the staff report gave us an estimate of 30 to 40 skaters initially, decreasing to an average usage of approximately 10 to 20 skaters thereafter. I'll bet you a case of Coca-Cola that's no longer true. However, with respect to cost and finance and skaters, none of that's in the MND. I went through it twice just to find a reference to cost. It said land use. It didn't say people use. And I looked for it. I couldn't find it. I know it's been discussed, but it's simply not before us. And we have to stay in the narrow confines of, to be specific, because Commissioner Sayoc made reference to it, it's Section 2920-32-5B, Town Code for granting a time extension, and it's about a half an inch wide. And that's all we can do tonight. Has anything significantly changed in that MND, in the initial study, et cetera, that would cause us to deny an extension? And Councilor Korb refers me back to the October 3rd, Town Council meeting, where they said one extension is a no-brainer. They didn't say it this way, but the first extension is a no-brainer, and the second extension is probably a go, before we start doing a heavy-duty critical analysis, unless the reason to do so is obvious. There's no obvious reason here confined to the Town Code section I referenced and the MND, and so I don't think we have any place to go with this.
I would like you all to refer to that 29, 23, 25 time extensions, and number 2 of that policy or code states that the conditions originally applied, this is just for you to keep in mind, originally applied or new conditions to be applied as part of the extension approval are adopted. So you can add new conditions if you see fit to this time extension, just for your information. Is that correct?
Well, the code certainly does invite the possibility of new conditions being added. I think that it would be tantamount on the commission to tie those conditions to specific facts that the evidence indicates require those conditions to be attached.
I have a question of staff. I guess Randy or Sandy, one of you could answer this. Under the noise impact, where the public testimony brought out the skate park site as well as noise, there would be noise from the skate park site as well as noise from skateboarders traveling to and from the park. And then the staff conclusion said, determined that the noise impact would be 1 and 1.8 dBA respectively. So that's not added together, correct? Those are individual dBA ratings. Is that correct?
No, they are two separate, they're measuring noise at two separate locations. So the 1.8 dBA increase was on Edelin, which is the higher increase. And that was cumulative of both, when they, let me back up a little bit. When they estimated the noise impact on Edelin Avenue, it factored into that equation noise generated from the skate park location and added on noise generated from skateboarders passing down Edelman on their way to access the skateboard park. Cumulatively, that impact to Edelman Avenue was 1.8 decibels.
Okay. And so the 1 point is in reference to,
The Miles location. So there's a Miles location in
right?
Edelman.
Okay. I mean, I'm looking at that, and I guess what I'm going to conclude, and please tell me if I'm totally wrong on this, but if I lived in that area, I would have both noises. It's only a few seconds down the hill on a skateboard down Miles to the skate park. And when you have I don't know how long, I think they said in the staff report that is going to be maybe 4 minutes a day or 4 minutes an hour, I don't know. But I mean, that's sort of, I was wondering if that was a change, because it is noise and it's different kind of noise. Commissioner Machici and then Commissioner O'Donnell. I know, I'm looking for, am I somewhere out on left field on that? I was just adding up the DVAs, okay. But wait, go ahead. Clear me up.
Well, no, I don't, all I was going to do is suggest you ask staff what is the significance of 1.8, because you are assuming, and there's no evidence in the record, and some of us, I think, know to the contrary, that maybe you should find out whether 1.8 is a significant sound.
No, well, it says that it isn't, but it's also the type of sound as well that I was
So if you had an
looking at.
insignificant change, you find that would be significant.
Well, I was adding them together, so I shouldn't go there. Okay.
But ask him again.
I did, yeah. Would that make a significant change? Thanks, Tom.
Well, the numbers are not to be added together because they're documenting impacts at two different
They're
locations.
two different locations. I understand that.
Even if you did add them together,
Yes.
it would still be below the threshold of significance. The Federal Environmental Protection Agency defines 5 decibel increase as
All right.
significant. In the town's general plan, we use a 2-layer level of significance, 3 decibels and 5 decibels.
Okay.
So either way you look at this, it's below the level
All
of
right, thank you.
significance.
Okay, got that cleared up.
On
Commissioner
my age, when
Machici.
you delay me, I'm liable to forget. I'm only going to mention this one more time, and then we can go ahead with our business on. But I think the whole purpose of the continuance coming before the Planning Commission is to understand if conditions changed from the time it started, right? And it's not clear to me, is what my issue is. The conditions have not changed, all right? And based on that, I'm having problems extending this CUP. Okay? Enough said.
Okay, Commissioner Bourgeois.
I would say that perhaps the burden of proof would be to prove that there has been change, and if you're unclear, perhaps there's your answer. But I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve the time extension on conditional use permit U-07-115, and I can make the findings in section 2920.325B for time extensions that from the evidence I can find that there's no legal impediment and that there has not indeed been any new conditions to be applied to the project. And I want to be clear that this is a very narrow thing we're doing here, and this motion and our vote does not in any way endorse the adequacy of this site for a skate park or one way or the other. This is simply a time extension, and in my opinion, there has not been any new facts since the mitigated neg deck was made.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve from Commissioner Bourgeois and a second in support of that from Commissioner Rice. Do we have discussion or comments? Commissioner Kane.
How long are you approving this for?
It's for a year.
I believe it's for 1 year.
I couldn't find it, and I just wanted to get it on the record.
It's approved for a year, yes. Commissioner Rice.
Just for clarification, you said 115 and it's 155. I just want to make sure for the record that it...
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. It is in our staff report, but I'm going to turn to staff and say this extension is for a year, correct? Could you give us the dates from to from?
In the condition of approval, it has the revised expiration date for the extension, which would be December 8th, 2008.
Okay, thank you.
If I may.
Yeah, Mr. Korb.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to remind the Commission, the code says that you can grant a extension for up to a year. Staff's, I guess the town's application is to extend it for up to a year. And my understanding of the motion as made is to extend it for up to a year.
That was my intent, yes, thank you.
Okay, we have a second. Okay, I have a comment to make. And, I feel like we've had a very fair and balanced hearing here over the last, starting at October 24th and then today. And the decision, as we've all understand, is not a decision about the merits of the project, but about an extension. And I guess I have to ask myself, what's the reason to extend this? I know there's not any real significant changes, but I'm not sure that there aren't. I'm not totally convinced that there probably aren't changes. I think that change does happen over time. Are they significant? Well, staff says they're not, but I'm beginning to believe that there are. And because time has passed, I don't think there's any reason to extend it. I don't know what the reason would be that I would extend it. If the application hasn't been gotten, I haven't seen anything go forth on this application as far as building or anything, and it worries me. And we've had, applications like this come before us before, and they come again for extension number 2, and then we end up denying it. So I will probably not support this motion. Commissioner Bourgeois.
I would just like to restate something that was stated earlier, and that we've been given pretty clear direction from council that 2 extensions are reasonable. And so, to me, that's reason to extend. And I can, probably pretty assuredly say that a 3rd extension would be very, very difficult beyond this.
Commissioner O'Donnell?
Just for the record, I think we have to ask ourselves, who has the burden? And if the burden is on the party opposing the extension, it was not met. It is not meeting the burden to say, I'm not sure. I have some concerns. I'm worried. None of those things satisfy the question of, did the people opposing the request for the extension meet the burden of showing facts which would suggest to us we have a reasonable ground to deny it? And the absence of a reasonable ground to grant it has nothing to do with burden. Now, again, unfortunately, some of us are lawyers, and that's what they beat into our head when we go to law school and all that kind of stuff. So I just say that. You can disregard it, but I had to say it because the long haul of hearings has rules like this, and they're very important. And if we choose to ignore those rules, we should understand that we are ignoring the rules, and perhaps we should understand what it means to ignore those rules. So I just throw it out as
right. No, I understand, and I could. I understand. Okay, thank you. I think I'm just going to call the question right now. Thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell, for that. Okay, all in favor of supporting the motion to approve extension for 41 Miles Avenue, say yea.
Aye.
And opposed?
Nay.
Nay. And that is 5-2. Thank you. Thank you for helping me count. 5 in favor and 2 opposed. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are appeal rights. Anyone dissatisfied with the decision of the Planning Commission can appeal the decision to the Town Council. The appeal must be filed within 10 days. It must be filed upstairs in the Clerk Department. There is a fee for filing an appeal. And anyone concerned about submitting new evidence, just remember that any hearing that is held on an appeal before the Town Council is de novo, so they can entertain any new evidence that people may wish to introduce.
10 days from today.
Correct.
Do that. Okay, Commissioners, we do have 1, 2, 3 more items to consider tonight. 4 more?
Consent item also.
Oh, that's right, 3, 4, thank you. Yeah, how fast can we get through the next 2? Let's start it. All right.
The motion to
Do you make no more motions? Okay, let's wait a few more minutes, okay, and see what we can do here. All right, so it's agenda item number 3, and it's 90 Reservoir Road, architecture and site application S-07-179. It's the appeal of the decision by the Development Review Committee approving a new residence on property zoned R-120. APN number is 529-31-041. Property owner is Lynn O'Brien, applicant is Tony Jeans, THIS Design, and the appellant is Ray Davis. And so with that, Mr. Jeans, are you, who's talking? Oh, staff. Thank you. Okay.
The applicant is
Mr. Paulson,
requesting.
sorry.
The applicant is requesting approval of plans to construct a 4,460 square foot, two-story, single-family residence with a 503 square foot, two-car garage and a 639 square foot cellar. Staff reviewed the proposed project for neighborhood compatibility, conformance to the Hillside Development Standards and Guidelines, and all other applicable codes and policies. The applicant requested that the town consider approving this project at the DRC level. Staff then compared the proposed project with the 3 previously approved projects in the subdivision and determined DRC review was appropriate because it was similar to the other homes that were previously approved, and staff did not identify any technical issues with the proposed project. Staff required the applicant to send notices to the property owners within 300 feet and hold a neighborhood meeting. Staff prepared the notification list, and the applicant held 2 neighborhood meetings, one on September 13th, 2007, and one on September 15th, 2007. Staff attended the meeting on September 13th, 2007. After those 2 meetings, since there was no outstanding neighborhood concerns, staff scheduled the matter for a DRC hearing. As a result, the DRC considered the application on September 25th, 2007. The DRC accepted public testimony and following discussion approved the proposed project with additional conditions relating to privacy concerns that were raised. The conditions staff added were that the windows in bedroom and bathroom number 2 shall have a minimum sill height of 5 feet. The window in bathroom 3 shall have a minimum sill height of 5 feet and or be obscure glass, and the window in the master walk-in closet must be obscure glass. Additionally, the applicant is proposing to plant 3 oak trees to help mitigate privacy concerns as recommended by the staff or by the consulting architect. On October 4th, 2007, the DRC decision was appealed. The appellant's reasons for why the appeal should be granted are summarized as follows: that the home is a boxy flatland 2-story home that is shoved into the hillside on a significantly sloping lot. The home does not step with the hillside. The proposal is inconsistent, and out of harmony with the Hillside Development Standards and Guidelines. The 2-story unstepped home presents an ugly, non-articulated elevation toward Lot 3, and the proximity to Lot 3 presents privacy and aesthetic issues. The proposed trees for screening are prohibited by the Hillside Development Standards and Guidelines. The application should have been forwarded to the Planning Commission, and finally, the engineering review and approval was done in secret. Staff recommends that the appeal be denied for the following reasons. The proposed home is compatible with the neighborhood and the 3 other homes that were previously approved for this subdivision. The home is in compliance with the Hillside Development Standards and Guidelines. The home was determined to be well-designed with good overall forms and massing by the consulting architect. No trees will be removed. The grading on this lot is less than any of the other 3 lots which were previously approved. The home substantially complies with the approved building envelope, and the privacy concerns have been addressed by the additional conditions added by staff along with the trees proposed to be planted by the applicant. And finally, staff does not believe the issues raised by the appellant have merit. There is also a desk item for this matter, which was a letter of support from the owner of Lot 3, and staff is available if the commission has any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paulson. Commissioners, you did have a chance to review the desk item. Yes, thank you. Okay, with that, do you have questions of staff before I call the appellant? Thank you.
Mr. Paulson, is there any part of the project that is outside of the LRDA?
No.
No, okay. So under, on page 6, number 3, when it says grant the exception to the LRDA standard.
That's a mistake.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, do we have any other questions? Commissioner Kane.
Mr. Paulson, this isn't directed at you, but I want to put it on the record. I read the report, and I saw the words, compared to the other three, this one was okey dokey. And that just smells to me of precedent value. And we said we take each case on a case-by-case basis, and I've always expressed concern. I was in labor relations for a long time. Everything had precedent value. And when we put up a fourth house that may or may not be in conflict with other standards, and we say we compared it to the other three, and therefore it was okay, then I'm inclined to say that what that may say to the commission is no future exceptions should be considered, because they, in the future, will then become the comparative standard. They will become the rule. This has been my concern all along, so I'm doing a little soapbox right now, because the phrase compared to the previous three puts the hairs down the back of my neck, sends out all the alarms and the things I've been concerned about all along. I wasn't crazy about the other three. And to have them be the standard, don't you think?
Understood.
So we can get into that on the council matters, commission matters, whatever. I'm very concerned by that.
Okay, we will, if you would like to do that. Okay, let's, Mr. Davis, our Citizen Ray, you're the appellant. Would you come forward, please?
Yes, indeed. First off, I want to say I have nothing to say to Mr. O'Donnell, the real estate lawyer. Nothing whatsoever, okay?
Let's...
And I find it totally obnoxious that the staff recommends anything, because where in the town code do you find that the staff, the employees, are empowered to make a recommendation? Nowhere in the code will you find that. Theirs is typically an abuse of power that goes on down here in this, what purports to be the portion of our American democracy, okay? Mr. Korb, please sit down, okay? And the issues were specified by the employee, okay? But I want to say them again, because that's the basis of my case. It is a boxy, flatland, two-story home that has been shoved into the hillside on a significantly sloping lot. It is unbelievable that this so-called creation is before us on a mountainside lot. It has nothing to do with the concept of sloping the homes upslope where there's a significant slope, okay? It is stiff. It has a phallic presence because of its stiffness. It is a total box, no stepping. It is an abomination on the mountainside. And if this is to be the standard where the developers come in and try to bamboozle you, there's no point in having a planning commission or hillside design guidelines or anything else. Just let Lortz rubber stamp the developers' plans and we can all stay home, okay? And the money will rule. Under the table, the money will rule. And I want to cut to the chase on this because I got an idea who's here for the community and community values and who's here for their own self-interest, okay? And I want to tell you that the main overriding concept of hillside design guidelines is the fact that whatever is developed on private property must have the community value of blending in with Mother Nature, okay? And how will you get this box, stiff upright box, to blend in with anything in this potentially gorgeous mountainside property, okay? On Lot 2, you were totally bamboozled, and it's a square box. It's got nothing to do with anything but the developer's spec ideas for a spec house, quick and dirty, and here's a repeat of that, okay? Is that what you want? Is that how you're going to serve the people, the community, and all the values? That's my question. So is anybody there, does anybody care about community values in the Los Gatos where the dollar bill is all important? And I say, you know, should we or should we not take down the sacred red, white, and blue and put up a flag that has the dollar bill on it for you people on the Planning Commission, except certain others that I have left out of my comments earlier, okay? And maybe Mr. Kane has come around, maybe. So anyway, that's the basis of my argument. And you know, the idea that the engineering report is done in secret here in this crummy community now is not to be believed. 2 years ago, when I first got here, engineering reports were always a part of the public testimony. Now they're all done in secret. What goes on? I mean, it's crazy. Crazy in Los Gatos.
Thank you. Just a minute. Do we have questions of the speaker? Okay, thank you. We'll call you back up for a rebuttal. Did you? No. Oh, I'm sorry. Citizen Ray, you have a question?
Actually, could I just make a quick comment?
A comment? Okay, we don't have a question.
I just take exception to him calling this a crummy community. I think every one of us up here volunteers and serves because we think this is a fantastic community. And so I take exception to that comment.
Okay. Thank you. That's not a debate. Thank you. It was a comment. Thank you. Citizen Ray will call you up. Oh, okay. I have speaker card from Lee Quintana, followed by Tony G. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Excuse me, Mr. Jeans. You're next.
Tony Jeans, 170 Stacia Street. Sorry, Mr. Korb, do you have a...
Just your time. 5 minutes.
Okay. Tony Jeans, 170 Stacia Street. I designed this, according to Mr. Davis, ugly boxy house, which doesn't step down the hill, is too close to the neighbor's house, and I think his third objection is there's some form of conspiracy going on that is allowing things to happen that should not happen. I'm going to address the points that he brought out. I think that point number one is it doesn't step with the slope, and it does not fit the hillside guidelines. Other than the slope, he didn't bring any other hillside guidelines up. So what I'd like you to do, please, is look at the, I guess the submission that I made, which, the first page of which, if we can look at this together, Mr. Kane, if we can look at this together. All right. I'm showing the stepping as in several ways. I'm showing, as you see the house at Reservoir, the first page, as you see the house at Reservoir, it looks like a single story. This is what the people on Reservoir wanted. If you look at the elevation below it, you'll see 3 stepping points where it steps down the grade, from the high point substantially down to a second point and then to a lower point. I'd also like you to look at the sections, because one of the things that has always come out is you're trying to step the house, but really you're not doing it. And I actually want you to look at the stepping both of the upstairs ceiling as it goes down, 3 or 4 different times. Also, the floor levels at both the lower floor and the upper floor step substantially downslope. I can't point out any more clearly in a two-dimensional representation. So what I did was, on the next sheet, we've taken a slice through the house, and you should have these. Do you have these? Is this? Yeah. So I'm moving from.
We have those.
Yeah, I'm moving from the first one to the second sheet behind it.
Interior floor stepping is.
Sorry?
The interior floor stepping is the title.
I'm showing how the lower floor on the left is stepping with the slope, and then the upper floor above it is stepping again with the slope, and I have something like a 5-foot height difference between the upper portion of the top floor and the lower portion of the top floor. So I think absolutely, if there's one thing within the hillside guidelines that it does comply with, it's stepping with the slope. I'd also like to point out that this is the lowest house on the lot, of the subdivision. All the other 3 houses look down on this one, so it's the one down in the bottom area where the old reservoir used to be. Now let's go to the third page, because the second point that Mr. Davis made was that there is a very bad privacy issue between the 2 homes. The third page shows you a site plan where I showed the house above is on Lot 4, and the one next to it on Lot 3. You'll see that they're substantially offset. They do not look at one another. They look past one another. And when I designed Lot 3, I rotated Lot 3 away, the house on Lot 3 away, so that it would not look at Lot 4, because I knew where a house would have to go on Lot 4, because it is in the only location allowed by the Planning Commission and the Town Council on this lot. When I met with Mr. Davis off-site, and I had a meeting with him, he suggested that we cut down the oak trees above the hill of Lot 4 and step the house down where the oak trees are from the upper portion of the site to the lower portion of the site. And his comment was that the oak trees can be replanted, they'll regrow in 30 or 40 years, it's not an issue. My comment to him was, I'll never get that approved. I couldn't get it approved through you, I couldn't get it approved through the town council, I couldn't get it approved with the neighbors. The final point was...
Okay, well, would you please wrap up?
The final point was the alternative location of putting the whole house up at the upper pad level was not open to me because it was not part of the allowable building envelope, so I didn't even have that as a choice. I think that the people on Reservoir would have objected to it, but having said that, it wasn't available for me to do. Thank you.
Okay, do we have questions of the speaker? Yes, Commissioner Bourgeois.
Thank you, Mr. Jeans. I believe it was the last time you were here before us. I think it was Millrise Way.
Yes.
Perhaps you came before us with a home that was going to go for LEED certification.
Yes.
And our hillside standards have a guideline that say homes over 3,500 feet shall incorporate green building design concepts as outlined in hillside standards. Could you speak to how this project does or does not do that?
We have a substantial number of the normal green building things that people are incorporating. The things that we're going above and beyond is we're going for the concrete mix has 25% fly ash, which we're trying to exceed and get that above 25%. We're trying to go to advanced framing techniques for the framing to reduce the lumber in the house. We're using structural lumber on all of the floor levels. We're not using it in the studs. We're using 2x studs. But all of the large lumber is structural lumber. These are key things that aren't really dealt with at the moment. We're just starting to deal with them now in the architectural and design communities. the common things of, the glazing requirements, et cetera, all of those are green. We are using natural materials. The one change that we would like to request that you allow is we'd like to go from the lighter colored rock that we've used on the exterior cladding to a river rock, which we think is more compatible with the site. There's river rock on the site. The material board is over here. You can see the colors, and we think that going with natural river rock is an appropriate way to go. A lot of heavy green items. We weren't emphasizing it, but my client, who happens to be not the developer, Lynn O'Brien, the purchaser of this property, was my brother-in-law, and I'm designing the home for him, wants to use green techniques, and so that's what we're incorporating into it.
Continue.
Just one follow-up. I was very impressed with that last project, especially with the gray water system. Is that something you considered on this home, or are there constraints to that?
I had a little more flexibility money-wise with the last home. We're incorporating all of the green elements that we can that do not significantly increase the cost. All of the materials inside are going to be certified. We're going through that process because it can be done relatively inexpensively, 2 or 3% increase in cost. We've already had with the delay, because of Mr. Davis's appeal, we've already had a $25,000 increase in cost just on delay. So everything that's taken away is money that we can't put into improving the project.
Okay, Commissioners, any other questions? I have one. The issue was raised about the privacy, and I think you presented the mitigation measure was to plant trees. Is that correct?
Well, I don't think there is a significant privacy issue. What I tried to show on the third page was the fact that the houses are not directly opposite one another. They're significantly offset, and the one house does not look at the other. I took great care when I designed Lot 3 to try to make sure that we wouldn't have a privacy issue. If you look at the letter and read it very carefully, that was a desk item. This is from the neighbor whose privacy might have been impacted by this project. And he says he gives it full support. He says, this is what we like about the project. First of all, I've consulted with them. I've offset the house from ours. So
Mr. Jeans, I did read that, but I guess I don't mean to interrupt you, but if you wouldn't mind just addressing the concern I have, not for anything, the neighbor could move and somebody would move in. I mean, we have to look at the house and the land use and the way it's positioned without people in it.
Right, and that's what I'm asking you to do.
So what I was asking you about is, would you talk about the mitigation measure that you were talking about, or you referred to about tree screening? Can you explain that a little more? Size of trees and numbers, and also if there was, did you think about, when this became an issue, because the town architect also brought it up before, would there have been another way you could have designed this, and if so, how could you have done that?
All right. The town architect did not have the benefit of the site plan that you see on the submission that I gave to you. So on not in the set of plans, but on the supplemental submission where you see the two lots together. Are you looking at that one? Yes. Okay. So you can see that fully 2/3 of Lot 3 is totally not impacted by Lot 4 at all. The portion that is their balcony that you struggled to approve when we were designing Lot 3, and I don't see that there is a juxtaposition of houses that really gives you a significant privacy issue. What we did in order to mitigate it was, on Lot 3, they had already planted 3 large trees. They relocated them. We're planting an additional 3. There is approximately a 30-foot buffer at the narrowest point of screening between the houses, but that's only at a very small portion. The other thing that I did was put all the rooms that are facing towards the direction of Lot 3, I made not primary windows. So there are secondary elevated window either side of the bed. There are a couple of windows from bathrooms, which have sill heights at 5 feet, etc. So really, the impact is very small, but there's, again, not much that I can do about it, given the fact that this is where you had placed those envelopes.
Okay, thank you. You answered my question. Any other questions? None. I don't see any other questions, so thank you. Okay, I do have a speaker card on this. Lee Quintana.
Lee Quintana, 5 Palm Avenue. I just have a few very short comments. One has to do with planting of the oak trees in that section between the 2 houses. That's 30 feet wide. Mature oak trees will overhang both of those houses when they grow up, and potentially, I guess what I'm saying is that consistent with defensible space in the hillsides. The second comment I'd like to make is that I think Chairman Talasfore has already mentioned that the town's consulting architect had concerns about the placement of these 2 houses, both when you saw Lot 3 and now again on Lot 4. And then thirdly, given that this is the place where the house has to be, is this the appropriate house on that elevation side, or should there be some more setback to on the second story so it doesn't appear quite as massive? And then lastly, these are hillside homes, and I think people in the hillside, when we develop hillside homes, I would expect that they would be more isolated from one another and have more screening between them. Those are my comments.
Do we have any questions? None. Thank you very much. Okay, I have no more speaker cards, so Mr. Davis, would you like to come back up to the podium for closing remarks?
Yes, I owe Mr. Bourgeois a thank you, because I may have given the overall impression that I was talking about the community, and what I really meant was the planning community, okay? The planning department, the engineering department.
Mr. Davis, is this a conclusion to your project?
Yes. Well, I'm responding to his comment.
Well, okay, you have 3 minutes. I just wanted to let you know that if you'd like to address anything you heard, you might want to do that now about your application.
Me.
Okay, so you can choose to talk about whatever you want.
Excuse me. It's my time to talk to you, not your time to talk to me. Let's get it straight. And I include you in part of the community.
Thank you, I understand.
Okay? So, and when I said crummy community, I stipulated exactly what I was concerned about. Everything in the local government that goes on here is about the dollar bill. The dollar bill rules, and community values take a distant last place. And that's the basis of my appeal of this, coming from Orinda, where Orinda Beautiful ruled and nothing got passed that looked like a square box on our hillsides, nothing, okay? But in Los Gatos, the dollars, everybody smells the taxes from the development, the community values take a back seat. It is personally disgusting to me, totally disgusting. So, Mr. Bourgeois, I hope you understand what I'm talking about, okay? And all that I have spoken to can be rectified simply by taking the two-story element of that home and putting the square footage of just the top of it underground in a basement like everybody else does in this community, practically, okay? And then you would have a lovely stepping home that would fit into the hillside beautifully and no problem. But, you know, what they propose is the quick and dirty and cheap way to build a house, like a box.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Okay?
Any questions of the speaker? No questions, thank you. Okay, Commissioners, I'm going to close the public hearing now and turn it over to you for comments, discussion, questions of staff, a motion.
I have a question for staff.
Commissioner Mattici.
Comment was made that we do this for the tax dollar. Is an ugly house bring more money in than a pretty house? I'm not sure I understand that.
I don't know that the staff could answer that. I don't believe it's in our guidelines.
I think an easy answer, the answer is no. It makes no difference.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Korb, for clearing that up. Okay, Commissioner Sayak.
Actually, if the staff can just clarify and put on the record what the engineering review and approval process is like, so that everyone understands the process.
I'm frankly not entirely clear what the appellant is referring to. The staff's normal process for any application in this town that requires engineering review is that when the application is received, it's routed to all the departments, fire, engineering, building, and obviously planning, and each the assigned staff member conducts its review. And if there are changes made, those are communicated to the applicant. If there are continued issues that the staff is concerned about, those are either conditioned and included in the conditions of approval, or are brought to the attention of the Planning Commission for resolution. Yeah, I mean, again, if it's an issue that is under the purview of the DRC, those have to be addressed prior to DRC approval. If it's an issue that's under the purview of the Planning Commission, it's either addressed prior to the Planning Commission hearing, or it's identified for the Commission's deliberation.
Okay, thank you. Does that clarify, or do you have another question, Commissioner Sayak?
Commissioner Kane looks like he has a question.
Okay, Commissioner Kane, do you want to comment?
Mr. Suda, that's houses in the hillside under 5,000 square feet can fall within the domain of the DRC unless the director thinks otherwise, or unless there's an appeal to the DRC's decision. Is that?
That's correct. In the hillside area, houses
maybe that's
less
what
than
the commission
5,000
was
square
looking
feet.
for. Under 5,000 square feet in the hillsides, we may never see it.
But the process remains the same. It cannot get approved if there are remaining technical issues, and specifically engineering issues regarding slope stability, regarding the design of the foundation, regarding the grading. If any of those technical issues are not resolved, the project cannot be approved.
Okay. Any other questions of staff? Comments? Would you have a comment? Commissioner Kane.
There's two sightings in the hillside standards, page 32 and page 52. Page 52, under guidelines, what I'm addressing is the appellant's concerned that using trees for screening, I believe the word used is prohibited by the guidelines, and I researched the question thinking, I thought I'd heard that before, because he said in the future the house could be sold and they'd cut down the trees. Well, what I found was the opposite. The guidelines on designing to be neighbor-friendly says use landscaping to screen views to your neighbor's living areas most sensitive to privacy. And on page 52, in guidelines standards in chapter 7, it says landscaping should be used to address specific conditions on the site, providing privacy, et cetera, So the hillside guidelines, although they don't encourage, clearly they would discourage by omission. There's no pictures of houses side by side. But when the language says, I guess it implies that if they were side by side or over above, as the one on Sueview I think was, then landscaping should be used to mitigate that. So that's one point. This is discussion, right? So the other point was
Yes.
The appellant's comment that the house was boxy and doesn't step down the hillside. And I went through the guidelines and tried to find pictures and things that would give us guidance. On page 41, the don't do this. Frankly, looked a lot like the picture where we have that square face when the viewer looks right at it. Right elevation. Hillside guidelines doesn't say your house can't be boxy, but I always want to go on record to say it just doesn't look like a hillside house compared to all the other pictures that are there. And specifically, whereas those are sort of opinion issues, and again, my opinion, and Mr. Jeans and I have discussed this, that it doesn't, in my opinion, step down the house, step down the slope, rather. Of more concern is the terrace, the elevated porch. I asked my commissioners please to look at page 39 on do this and don't do this with respect to porches, or I don't know what you'd call that, elevated patio, and specifically on page 40 under architectural elements, exterior structural supports and undersides of floors and decks, it's a deck, I guess, not enclosed by walls are prohibited. Boom. Unless it is proven that no alternative type of construction is feasible. What they're saying is that's just not a hillside design. And then they give us a picture of a house on a steep slope, where clearly that's a don't do this. This house and that deck seem to be on level ground, but still, it goes to mass, it goes to appearance, and it goes to exterior structural supports and undersides of decks not enclosed by walls are prohibited. Boom. And I just want to continue to go on record that we try to get more in line with what a hillside house is, because otherwise it's a perfectly fine house. It's just, to me, always sacred and special. It's in the hillsides, and we ought to comply with the words and the intent of the hillside standards and guidelines.
Thank you, Commissioner Kane. I'm going to defer to staff here. Yes, Mr. Suda.
I'd just like to contribute what staff's analysis was on that issue. We're well aware of this section of the hillside guidelines, and if you look at the illustration, the intent of that section was to eliminate the protruding decks that you so often see in some of our older homes in the hillside area. In this case, this does not protrude beyond the front facade of the structure. It's integrated into the overall structure. We believe that meets the intent of the hillside guidelines.
I see a protrusion, Mr. Suda. I see an extension out here We're just
We're not in, that's on.
In one of the pictures, sheets provided by the applicant, the deck does extend out, and it extends out, the second floor mass out and beyond the footprint of the building. And I could be wrong.
Would you please refer to a page on the plan?
It's the first page of the submission.
So it'd be Exhibit M.
Yeah, one of the examples of what I'm talking about is Exhibit M, and the other one, Commissioner O'Donnell says is P1. P1. Just extends the bulk out, and it would work somewhere else, but not in the hills.
Where do we have T? Did you say that was T1?
Well, that's a T1. This is an M.
Right, where do we have that on the A4? Okay. All right. All right. Okay, well, thank you. And Commissioner O'Donnell.
2 points, I guess. One will be a question, but the first point, I'm in agreement with Commissioner Kane's feeling about the particular kind of house which is described in H of the guidelines, architectural elements. The drawing, however, is one of the kind of buildings we're all familiar with, where the raised deck is supported by structural members, which are really ugly. If you look at T1, or Exhibit M, this deck is, I think, not at all comparable to that drawing, and secondly, there is a patio area underneath it. When I looked at these guidelines for the hillsides, I thought I knew exactly what they were offended by, because anybody that's lived here very long just knows what it looks like. I did not think, nor do I think, that is to say that no elevated deck can be constructed in the hillside. That's just, I wanted to mention that. I'm not saying that Commissioner Kane is wrong, but I was just sharing my interpretation, which is different. But the question I had for staff was, Ms. Quintana said if you put in these oak trees in that area, in due course, they'll get too big. And I thought that was a very interesting comment, and if indeed that is correct, it would be certainly something that would concern me as a property owner. So I'm just wondering, has anybody looked at the question, are these trees appropriate for the location in which they're being placed?
The fire department reviews these plans as part of the overall review process. They didn't identify the placement of these trees as a concern for them.
Well, it occurs to me the fire department has a different concern perhaps than the property owner that has overhanging trees over their property as opposed to a fire hazard.
Right. They're looking at it from a defensible space perspective. You are correct. They are not looking at it from the standpoint of a future homeowner and the responsibility that having a tree entails.
Well, my question, I guess, is would it be that difficult to put trees in there that would not cause problems in the future?
Not at all. I think what we could do is add a condition asking the town's arborist to review the species in light of the commissioner's concern about the maintenance obligation.
I'm certainly no arborist, so I'm not taking a position here, but I have respect what former Commissioner Quintana said, and so I raised the question, and as a property owner, I sure would like to know these things before they happen, so I just throw that out. Thank you.
And to tap on that, the trees would also be there for the screening as well, when the arborist looks at it. Okay. Commissioner Rice.
I was just going to add one more comment on that deck, and that is that as I look at it, first of all, I would tend to agree with Commissioner O'Donnell that it is not what we're looking at when we see the do not do this, but also I believe that adds some of the articulation to that side of the house and helps to for the house to appear less boxy to me. So I actually like that there as an architectural element as well as, the function of it in the design. If that makes you feel any better, Commissioner Kane. It may not, but. Looking at it.
Do we have any other comments at this time? I'd like to entertain a motion if my commissioners would be so inclined to give me one. And maybe we can get to the next items. Okay, Commissioner O'Donnell.
I'd recommend that the appeal be denied, that the proposed, finding that the proposed home is compatible with the neighborhood and 3 other homes. I would strike that. It is compatible with the neighborhood. Strike the rest of that sentence. The home is in compliance with the hillside standards and guidelines. The home is well-designed with good overall forms and massing. No trees will be removed, and after that semicolon, I would add that we would review the 3 oaks in question and seek the advice of the arborist and the town on what the final trees should be. The grading on the lot is acceptable. Again, I agree with Commissioner Kane that we ought not to be comparing things, particularly some of us did have trouble with some of the other homes, but the grading on this house is acceptable, and that the home substantially complies with the building envelope, and therefore, and on that basis, the appeal should be denied.
Okay, Commissioners, we have a motion for denial based on Commissioner O'Donnell's readings, and who would second that? And that would be Commissioner Rice. Okay, that being said, do we have further questions or comment? Seeing none,
Let me add one thing.
Oh, yes.
The applicant
Yes,
also
sir.
requested to change the stacked stone veneer to river rock.
Yes.
Is the condition acceptable?
Would that be?
Before I say it's acceptable, does any of the commissioners have any problem with that? Then I would incorporate that into my motion.
Okay.
And there was a nod of it. There was a nod of the
Yes,
head from the
I'm
second
sorry,
row.
yes, and that's acceptable to the seconder as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, with that being said, I would like to call for the question. So all in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
And opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Okay, the motion passes 4-3. 4 in favor, 3 against. Mhm. 4. Commissioner Tallis, 4, Commissioner Kane, and Commissioner Bourgeois.
Appeal rights, the vote was 4-3 in favor of the motion. The appeal rights are that anyone dissatisfied with a decision of the Planning Commission may appeal the decision to the Town Council. The appeal must be filed within 10 days. It must be filed upstairs in the Clerk Department. There is a fee for filing an appeal.
Oh, you voted in favor. I'm sorry.
I counted right that time, I think. Yeah? Okay, thanks. Okay, moving along, Commissioners, I like to get going. Do you need to take a break, Commissioner Kane? You know what, we're going to take a very short 5-minute break, okay? We have a commissioner here that, maybe 2, that need a break, so we'll come right back, all right? Don't go anywhere. Don't leave the building. Thank you. 5 minutes, Commissioners. Calling the meeting to order again of the Planning Commission, and I will wait for Commissioner Bourgeois and Commissioner Kane to sit down. And before we go on with agenda item number 4, Mr. Korb, do you want to address us?
Sure. I just wanted to, for the record, inform the rest of the commission and the audience that Commissioner Michichi has an early morning flight and had to depart the meeting, so you are now down to 6 commissioners. And
still has a quorum.
You still have a quorum, but you are denied the humor and the presence of Mr. Michichi.
Okay. Commissioner Kane, is this, yes?
Councilor Korb, is that a flight airplane or a foursome?
No. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Kane, for that moment of levity.
I wasn't ready.
I know. Okay. We are now at item number 4, and that is, did you want something? Okay. 57 Fairview Plaza, architecture and site application S-07-052, requesting approval of an addition that will exceed the allowable FAR and to reconstruct an existing non-conforming detached garage on property zoned R-18 LHP. APN number is 510-43-025. Property owner applicant is Catherine Lord. And the findings are here, Commissioners, and so with that, I will call up the staff report. Mr. Paulson, I don't mean to overlook you, and I seem to have done that tonight.
That's perfectly fine.
I didn't mean to do that.
It's your prerogative.
No, I don't. But we'd like to hear from you.
The applicant is requesting approval to exceed the allowable floor area ratio on a non-conforming lot zoned R18 landmark with a landmark historic preservation overlay zone. Additionally, the proposal includes rebuilding the existing non-conforming detached garage because it has become deteriorated to a state where reconstruction is necessary. The property is 7,562 square feet, and the FAR for this lot, given its average slope of 15.7%, is 2,021 square feet. The applicant is requesting approval to exceed the FAR by 481 square feet. The surrounding area consists of 1- and 2-story homes, duplexes, triplexes, and apartments. The homes and duplexes range in size from 1,200 to 3,689 square feet. Staff performed a neighborhood analysis based on data provided by the applicant and town records to determine that 7 of the homes and/or duplexes exceed the allowable FAR in the surrounding area. A chart illustrating staff's findings is in the report that was presented to the Commission. The town's consulting architect reviewed the proposed changes and determined that the addition will be of similar style, character, and scale as the original home, and that the rear elevation will be substantially improved from the current existing condition. The town's consulting arborist also reviewed the proposed project, and 2 Italian cypress trees are proposed to be removed. The consulting arborist determined that the removal of those 2 trees, because of their size and species, would be an insignificant loss. Conditions of approval have been included to require all recommendations of the consulting arborist be implemented prior to issuance of a building permit and throughout construction. The Historic Preservation Committee reviewed the current proposal on August 15, 2007, and considered the proposed addition as well as the reconstruction of the existing garage, and found that the work was consistent with the guidelines of the Historic District and recommended approval of the application in terms of architecture only. The Planning Commission should consider the criteria for exceptions to maximum floor area listed in the Town Zoning Code when evaluating the proposed project. Staff believes this application meets the zoning code criteria for granting an exception from the maximum floor area for the following reasons. The design, theme, sense of scale, exterior materials, and details of the proposed project are consistent with the provisions of the Landmark Historic Preservation Overlay as evidenced by the Historic Preservation Committee's recommendation of approval based on architecture. The lot coverage, setbacks, and FAR of the proposed project are compatible with the development on surrounding lots as illustrated by the development plans. The proposed project will substantially improve the streetscape of the Fairview Avenue, which is the lower elevation, with little impact because there's a proposed 76-foot setback. The addition will be of a similar style, character, and scale, and the existing elevation at the rear will be substantially improved from the current existing condition. This will also not be the largest home in the neighborhood. 7 of the homes in the surrounding area exceed the square footage allowed by the FAR. 2 of the homes exceed the square footage allowed by the FAR by more than the proposed project. 2 of the homes have relative FARs that are equal to or exceed the relative FAR of the proposed project, and no significant trees will be impacted as a result of the proposed project. Staff's available for questions.
Okay, do we have questions of staff? No, seeing that. And Commissioners, also, the findings and the considerations for this project are on Exhibit A, and I wanted you to make note of that. Okay? With that, I will call up the applicant, and would you state your name, please, for us at the podium?
Sure.
And then remain there for questions. And while he's getting ready, Commissioners, remember that you do have a desk item on this, and then we just received something, if we could let our recording secretary know. Where did I put it? We just had something handed out to us. Thank you. It's right here. I found it. So, Ms., yeah.
Okay, yes. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Planning Commission and staff. My name is Louis Liu. I'm the project architect representing the owners, Mark and Kay Stout, who are also here this evening. The project's primary focus of this is an addition, and it's located at the rear of the house. I won't go over all the points of the staff report that Joe just went over, but I just want to touch on a few key points. Okay, this photo shows the front and rear of the house, and currently the rear of the house, as you can see, doesn't fit the front. There's a whole bunch of small additions that was done over the past recent years, and so part of our goal was to make the rear elevation consistent with the front. This elevation here, this shows the 2 elevations. The one on the left is before, and the one on the right is after. So you can see how the one on the right picks up on the tall gables and some of the Victorian elements of the front elevation. Okay. Now, although we are adding what we consider a modest amount of living space, much of that is down at the basement level. And you can see the difference between the 2 basement levels there. We're actually dropping the ground lower than what it currently is. So if I refer back to this picture again, that basement level is down in the dark area there. And I guess the point I want to make is that not much of that is going to be visible. The mass is increasing very insignificantly, in our opinion. Okay. The other point that I want to just bring up in terms of compatibility with the neighborhood is that Fairview Plaza is a unique neighborhood. It's fairly isolated. It does have a mix of different types of buildings, apartments, houses. And this diagram is also in your sheets, but I think it's probably more apparent here. The buildings in red are the buildings that currently exceed the FAR. And out of those, I believe 7 of those are exceed the FAR by more than what ours is being proposed. You can also see our project, which is lot number 57 up there. The areas in red at the rear of that gray area, that is the extent of our expansion. So again, the point being, we are not increasing the mass of the home significantly. We have reviewed the project with the immediate neighbors. I believe you have 4 letters, and there's another letter that we dropped off tonight, so 5 letters of support. We've worked closely with staff and believe that this application meets the criteria for granting the exception to the FAR, and we're hoping that you can make the same findings. So at this point, I'll answer any questions here.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Liu. Do commissioners have any questions? Yes, Commissioner Bourgeois.
I have one quick question. Thank you.
Sure.
When you say you're lowering the bottom elevation, does that include any excavation?
Yes.
Do you know, do we have a quantity, like how many yards of off-fall that's going to generate?
It's probably on the documents.
Okay, I must have missed that, sorry. I'll take a look.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. I do have speaker cards on this, and I have 3, and if you would come close to the podium, that would be great. Kathy Murphy is first, Britt Sellen, and Melinda Giordano.
Good evening. I'm Kathy Murphy, and I live at 72 Fairview Plaza. I've lived on the street since 1991, and my husband has lived there since 1989, before the earthquake. And after the earthquake, that house was damaged, severely damaged, and they repaired it as best they could, and then the Stouts purchased the home a few years later, and they have made the house look really nice in the neighborhood. The house fits with the neighborhood. It fits a lot better than some of the other homes that are on the neighborhood. What else? I'm nervous, sorry. I just think the house, I drive by the house at least 3 or 4 times a day. I'm taking my kids back and forth to school and whatever, and I can't even hardly see the orange tape that's up there on top because it's hidden behind all the trees. And the kids had to point it out to me that where the house is going to remodel. I had to stop and look for it. I think that the Stouts are going to improve the neighborhood, especially on the back side of Fairview Avenue where most of the work is going to be done. And I just think that they should be allowed to do this work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for sharing your thoughts. Okay, and Britt Sellen?
Hi, Britt Celine, 48 Fairview Plaza. You're supposed to have a letter from me in support, but I just didn't get it done in time. Everything the previous speaker said, I completely agree with. I think it'll improve the property as you're approaching from the back end. It'll be a really nice-looking house. It's good now, but it'll be even better. So I'm hoping that this gets approved.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, questions? None. Thank you very much. And Melinda Giordano.
Good evening. I have lived on the plaza since 1961, and there's been a lot of changes. It's a very unique street. There are about 10 or 11 homes that were pre-1900. The lots were recorded in 1886, 87, and it would be a wonderful thing if you would see that the back of the Stouts home needs to be fixed up. It's when you drive by, you look up there, and as you saw in the back of the photo, it's kind of rickety looking, and this would be a great improvement. There's also a home on the curve, well, they took that down, that was designed by Julia Morgan. It was the gatehouse to the property up on the hillside. And the other homes were built probably 1888. 87. So it's a very historical little area. No outlet except the turnstile walkway that goes down to town, which Kay and Mark use often with their children. So it would be a good, solid improvement to their home and to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have questions? Seeing none, thank you. I will call the applicant back up. I have no more speaker cards. I will call the applicant back up for final comments, closing.
Yeah, I don't have anything else to say, other than the current cellar that's there now is about 7 foot in head height, so that's part of the reason we're lowering it as well.
Do you have a question, Commissioner Bourgeois? No, we don't have any. I don't have any questions. Do you? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing then, Commissioners, and turn to you. Please let us know, by the way, if you had a chance to go up to that magical area. I mean, I did, and I had a hard time finding what you were doing. So I was pleased that you were able to do it without, impeding anyone else's privacy, and it seems like you're getting what you need. So, okay, Commissioner Bourgeois, and then Commissioner King.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to start off the discussion. I'm going to make a motion to approve the addition that will exceed the allowable FAR on architecture and site application S-07-052. I did visit the site. I think the changes from Fairview Plaza are minimal. The tree removals, I think, will actually improve the facade and the presence on the street, and I think the proposed improvements are going to vastly improve the appearance of the house from Fairview Avenue. I believe I have that right. So I think this is it's a really good project. I'll make the finding that this project is categorically exempt under CEQA pursuant to Section 15301, that it's consistent with the redevelopment plan for the Central Los Gatos redevelopment project area, and pursuant to Town Code 2940-075C, I need to make the findings to allow the exceedance in FAR that the design, sense of scale, and exterior materials are consistent with the historic character of the neighborhood, and this has been through historic preservation. They had no problems with it. I think this is a very sympathetic project to the neighborhood and to our residential development standards, and that it is consistent with the neighbors as far as the size of the homes and the FAR. So I can make that finding. And let's see, I think I have to do a few other things, don't I?
That sounds good to me.
All right, well, then that's my motion.
Okay, then I will look for a second.
I'll second it.
Okay, Commissioner King seconds it. Mr. Suda, you have something to say?
Just a clarification, does the speaker mean to include the considerations for the architectural and site approval?
Yes, I knew I had something else. That's what I meant.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, Commissioner O'Donnell.
Commissioner Bourgeois asked the question about how much dirt would be taken from the house. I didn't find that. Perhaps you did. I'd just like to know what it is.
Yeah, I believe it was close to 400 cubic yards in total, which is about 40 truck trips.
Which is on sheet 1.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Okay, fine. Any other questions or discussion? I will be supporting the motion tonight. I think the design is definitely consistent with the streetscape, and there's no impact to the neighbors. It's also, the design addition is consistent with the original character and architecture of the original home, and that, thank you very much. And also that the garage will be refurbished, and I can well appreciate that. So I will be supporting this motion. With that, I'm going to call the motion. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Motion carries 6-0.
Again, appeal rights. Anyone dissatisfied with the decision of the Planning Commission may appeal the decision to the Town Council. The appeal must be filed within 10 days. It must be filed upstairs in the Clerk Department. There is a fee for filing an appeal.
Okay, Commissioners, it's almost 11 o'clock, and I'd like to continue if we can. Commissioner Rice?
One more. Come on, Steve. You got 2 more.
I know. So
I'll say one.
it's 11 o'clock now from what I see, so I will need a motion to continue the meeting past 11 o'clock so we can finish the 2 items.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, Commissioner Bourgeois has a motion to extend the meeting to past 11. Do I have a second? I'll second it. Okay, all in favor? Aye. 3 against?
Ask for nays.
I did. I said against. 3. Okay, motion fails.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, you'll make a motion?
Make a motion, we extend the meeting to deal with 20 Cherry Blossom Lane and then reevaluate.
Okay, can someone reevaluate the meeting
Fine.
time?
Mr. Rice?
Is that what you meant?
The things.
Okay,
If this goes for 2 hours, I don't want to stay for the last one.
okay.
So we'll do this one and then see where we are. Is that okay?
Second.
All right, we have a motion to continue this meeting through this application, then reevaluate for the second one. Comments, or can I, okay, comment, Commissioner Rice?
I'm really sympathetic to the fact that there's a whole bunch of people here that want to deal with this evening. I'm also concerned that we're going to give it short shrift. I mean, this is a substantial project. It's going to take some time. And quite frankly, given how long these things can take, I'm not sure I want to commit to staying here until 12:30 or 1 in the morning. I would much prefer, and maybe this won't sway enough votes to change minds, I would much prefer to come back, bring this back when we can give it the proper care that the application deserves. It's a significant project. And I will not support the motion to go on with this at this time.
Commissioner O'Donnell?
I'm very sympathetic to trying to get it on, but I'm also of the opinion that if it does extend really beyond 11:30, nobody's going to be getting the benefit of clear-headed thinking, and I don't think that's fair to the commission, and I don't think it's fair to the applicants. And therefore, we could say we will extend to 11:30 without any guarantee that we're going to finish, but I think I would ask the applicant if they really think it's possible, and of course they can't predict what we're going to do, but I think 11:30 on this is about as far as we ought to go. And so that becomes a real question then.
Okay, I could probably stay till midnight, but that's as far as I would go. So Commissioner Keen?
Well, I'll withdraw my motion and make it time certain to 11:30, and then we reevaluate. If we have just a few things less to do, let's do them and finish it. If it looks like another hour, then we move it into December, which is going to be pretty crowded. We only have one meeting in November and one meeting in December. You're right, usually, Tom, and these are unusual months, and we got to do a little bit more than usual.
I just want to say, I agree with you, and I would second that, but all I'm asking is we should also check with the applicant, because if I were the applicant and I thought this is going to take me an hour, I think that
Okay,
would wait.
let's do that right now then.
Do that before we vote. Right.
Applicant is Mr. Stowers? So what do you think, Mr. Stowers?
Greg Stowers, the project architect.
Yes.
I guess I would argue for the owner's sake that we would love to have the hearing tonight. We feel we've done our due diligence and really holding meetings with the neighborhoods and have answered any concerns that the neighboring community would have. And so it'd really only be, we feel, kind of addressing any concerns that you would bring forward. And just due to the fact that there is only one meeting in December, and we understand from staff that that is already an impacted agenda, you have it there, we would love to continue this evening.
Can I have okay, Commissioner King?
I'll call the question. if you
Okay,
wish.
all in favor?
Aye.
Against? Done. Okay, 1 against, and, let's see, 5 in favor of continuing the meeting to 11:30. Okay, with that, the applicant, please, for 20 Cherry Blossom Lane. I'll have you waiting there, and would Ms. Bailey like to make the staff report?
Thank you. I'd like to point out that there is a desk item on this matter.
Oh, sorry, yes, it was here.
And it contains letters from the public regarding the project, and I believe they're all letters of support. The applicant is requesting architecture and site approval and a conditional use permit for a preschool use. The applicant proposes to construct a 3,338 square foot addition to the 11,544 square foot office and school building for a total building size of 14,882 square feet. With the addition, the total square footage of all buildings on site will be 27,341 square feet. The parcel has 2 street frontages, and the addition will occur on the Shannon Road side of the parcel. The existing maximum height of the subject structure is 20 feet 6 inches, and the proposed maximum height will be 22 feet 9 inches. The applicant also proposes to increase the maximum number of students by 50. The facility currently operates a day school of 100 students and a religious school of 120 students, for a total of 220 students. The applicant proposes to reduce the number of day school students to 50, maintain a religious school of 120 students, and add a preschool of 100 students. The net increase in students will be 50. The required parking for the site is 113 spaces, and there are 114 parking spaces on site. The proposed increase in students will generate a total of 15 net daily trips, with a net of 9 a.m. peak hour trips and 9 p.m. peak hour trips. As specified by the town traffic policy, the project is categorized as minor, and a traffic study was not required. A traffic mitigation fee, however, is required as a condition of approval, and a demonstration of community benefit is also required. And if you have any questions, I can answer them.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Kane and then Commissioner Sayoc.
Ms. Bailey, on the subject of community benefit, at CDAC, a certain project was proposed, and the applicant said, well, this is such a wonderful project that it is in and of itself the community benefit. I've heard that before, and I've always sort of blanched that one's own children were the prettiest or something like that. The guy paints the building a bright pink and says, that'll brighten up the whole neighborhood. Have we ever thought about establishing, or even in this case, that the building is itself, and that the community benefit, since we're increasing traffic, since we're doing this or doing that, whatever requires the benefit be considered, that benefit in fact be external to the project itself? I mean, the town has needs for sports facilities, we have needs for school resource officers.
That's a question. That's a question. Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Kane. I'm looking at the clock. You asked a question.
The applicant could offer additional community benefits as well, but you can look at the general plan, goals and policies, and also in analyzing the community benefits as well.
As it is, staff is comfortable approving the benefit offered?
Well, let's just back up. The town council has adopted a community benefit policy, which was attached to your staff report, and one of the specific policy items is that the applicant may demonstrate that the use is a desirable one for the town, and that would qualify as a community benefit.
It's adequate to the effect of the traffic?
In staff's evaluation, we have heard repeatedly over many years that there's a need for daycare, child care, preschools in this community, as well as throughout the Bay Area, and the fact that they are providing a much needed use and a much sought after use in the community is in fact a community benefit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sayoc, you had a question?
Yes, I do have two questions for Ms. Bailey. The first, if you could just clarify, on page 2 of the staff report, it says that on February 2007, the DRC approved an Arkansas application for an addition. Was that a separate addition to what's before us?
That is correct. That is to the other building, the sanctuary building, and then to the other side of the admin building on the Cherry Blossom Road side.
Okay. And then my second question, perhaps if you can answer it, and perhaps the applicant also, because my concern lies with traffic, as it sounds like Commissioner Kane is. Can you explain to me how you got 15 net daily trips when you have an additional 50 students anticipated?
Refer that to Fletcher Parsons.
It's a little bit different than what Sandy described is an overall truth, but we looked at things also by the hours at which they occur. I believe it was the religious school, does operate with, I think it was 125 students in the evening, but during the peak hours, it's only operating at 75 students. So there was actually a drop during peak hours of 95 students, 50 plus another 45. So everything that's been said is true, but we're looking at things differently. From a traffic standpoint, we're looking at what's happening during peak hours. If you look at the religious school use, it's actually dropping 45 students during the peak hour. And so there's a total drop in students during peak hours of 95 students.
If I could ask another question through the chair.
Go ahead, Paula.
I don't quite understand that. So let me explain where I'm coming from, and then maybe you can direct me in the right direction. First of all, the question is, what is considered peak hours? And where I'm coming from is without getting into whether or not the project in itself is worthy of support, my big issue is concerning with traffic, because on Cherry Blossom, you have the proposed new use of 50 additional students. Directly across the street, you have Growing Footprints. You have Shannon Nursery School, and then further down the street, you have Blossom Hill Elementary. And so depending on what you're considering peak hours, all I know is all these schools, just by the nature of the hours of children's usage, will occur at 9, will occur at drop-off, 9 o'clock drop-off approximately, and then a 12 to 2 range for pickup. And so being on that street several times a day, I can see the traffic that's already occurring. And so if you can help me by addressing how the traffic study looks at that usage and how that affects peak hours, and then perhaps the applicant to be efficient and also address that, since that is a concern of mine.
Well, again, the day school dropped 50 students total, so that affected both the morning and the PM. And the religious school dropped 45 during the PM peak hour, and it had no impact on the AM peak. So, we were dropping 50 in the morning and 45 in the afternoon. And so the preschool also has a phased approach to the school where there's a limited number of students that are allowed during the morning peak, and then the remainder come after the morning peak, and the same happens in the afternoon. And so they're having to phase their arrival times to reduce the demand, reduce the peak hour impacts.
Is that answer your, did it put you in the right direction?
Not quite, but it sounds like the applicant might have some information, and I'm willing to just hear if.
Okay, yes. Mr. Suda, and then Mr. Commissioner Rice, did you have a follow-up to this? I did. Okay.
To assist in Commissioner Sayok's question, on the conditions of approval, conditions number 5, regulate the hours of operation. I think that might help clarify what Fletcher Parsons was explaining regarding when the students arrive to reduce the peak hour trips.
What exhibit is that?
G.
Commissioner Rice, did you want to follow up?
Well, I did, because now I'm hearing two different things, and I'm trying to rectify them in my mind. If the argument for the community benefit is it's a desired use, is that correct, of the preschool? But then I'm hearing that we're going to actually reduce the number of students when preschools are needed, right? Because we're going to reduce the number of kids, we're going down by 50 kids during the day because of traffic. So, maybe I'm missing something, but there's an incongruity there that I'm not able to
It's just during certain hours of when they can arrive. Overall, there'll still be that number of students. It's just that between the peak hours, we limit how many can arrive during that time, and then the remaining students would arrive after the peak hours.
I can also clarify exactly the usage during the times if you need
Okay.
to.
I'll let it go, but that's going to stick with me for a little while. Thank you.
Any other questions? No. Seeing none, then let's go ahead and have the applicant present. Thank you. And would you identify yourself?
My name is Jay Friedman. Madam Chairman and Commissioners and staff, I appreciate you indulging us at this late hour. We're very dedicated in terms of getting this approved. It's been a lot of work. I'm president of the congregation Shir Hadash. I'm here with Rabbi Aaron and our architect and a number of other members of our clergy and staff and other volunteers. Our temple has been in Los Gatos for over 25 years. We have about 600 member families, which accounts for about 2,000 individuals that live and work around Los Gatos. We purchased the property in about 1986, and at the time it was the district school headquarters and a bus, sort of an ugly bus maintenance depot behind it. 10 years ago, we built our beautiful sanctuary, but did not have the funds at that time to completely update the school building. It still has the look of a building built more than 50 years ago, and some of the current classrooms are quite claustrophobic. They're very low ceiling heights and are lacking some of the amenities that our students need to learn. We're here tonight because our needs of our congregation have grown. The goal of our project is, as you heard, to add new and improve existing classroom space for our religious school, use the classroom space for a new preschool, and to incorporate a multi-purpose room for smaller scale events for use by our seniors and our youth groups. Our plan is to update this building and design with the overall look and feel of the neighborhood. We're proposing to increase the school by a little over 3,300 square feet, and includes 4 preschool-ready classrooms and this multi-purpose room. To create more natural lighting and improve openness inside the building and create a design that fits better with the neighborhood, we're proposing a pitched roof with gables that match the look and feel of the Shannon Road residential community. In addition to the religious school classes that we offer in our congregation, we have been renting our classroom facilities to 2 other school programs. The proposed modification of our CUP presented tonight, and that you have, actually one of the schools has gone away, is leaving, and we are proposing to replace it with this preschool. This addition of a preschool, as you've heard, meets a much-needed service in our community, and we'll do so with only about 15 car trip increase, and so it has little impact on the neighborhood, as we believe. The other school program, which is a homeschooling program that needs some socialization of the kids, will continue on our site. Being part of the Los Gatos community is important to our congregation. We participate each year in Interfaith Thanksgiving service and hosted community gatherings in our congregations. Our men's club participates in the Bloomathon efforts. We've worked with previous mayor on the Community Unity project and continue to be involved in that. Many of our members are active volunteers for the schools, as well as the police department and other local organizations. Our rabbi and others have provided comfort to some of the Los Gatos High School students, where there have been recent suicides and deaths from drunk drivers in Los Gatos. This coming Tuesday, our rabbi will join other volunteers from our congregation in participating in a program at the high school to address issues of self-destructive behaviors among our teens. We value the community of Los Gatos and seek to be good neighbors. Because of this, involving our neighbors in the planning process was important to us. We've held 2 neighborhood meetings, the first one in April, prior to our submission to the town in June. At that meeting, neighbors expressed some concerns over, they didn't express any concern, or minimal concerns over traffic. Their main concerns was over building height and the massing of the roof addition. And so we responded to those concerns by lowering the roof line from about 27 feet to, I think it's about 23 feet. So about 4 feet, and we added gables to the front of the building to break up the roof line and the massing. In addition to the concerns of the building design, the neighbors also expressed some concerns regarding how we best manage noise from caterers when we have bar mitzvah parties on Saturday evenings, and our once-a-year Sunday afternoon Purim Carnival. And our executive director is here and our office manager who work with catering staffs and the facilities people have addressed these issues. In addition to the first meeting we held in April, we recently held another neighborhood meeting to show the revised plans and to see if all the incorporated feedback met the neighbors' needs. And for those neighbors that were in attendance, they liked what they saw. In regards, I can answer the questions in regards to the use of the school. We we have a fairly complicated scheduling. We have basically a 7 to 9 a.m. period, the 9 to 12 period, and then when our religious school, most of our religious school is in the evening period or on Sundays.
Okay. Would you remain in case we have questions? Okay. And Commissioner Sayak, you had a question, and then Commissioner King.
Well, if you could just kind of continue that logic and talk about the traffic flow and how you anticipate handling that.
So all of the traffic flow won't be on the Shannon Road side. The entrance to our facility is on Cherry Blossom. The morning period is the typical, a small number of students or preschool students who would be dropped off for pre-care, not the preschool program. And so for parents who need to get to work and drop their kids off, not the formal preschool portion. And that'll be limited to about 50, I believe it's 59 students. At the 9 o'clock period, which is already after the drop-off period for Blossom Hill School, so the Blossom Hill School starts before that. Our drop-off period at 9 o'clock is when we increase to the larger numbers for the preschool. Most of the rest of the use, and our preschool program will end at around noon, and then there'll be some number of post-preschool, parents who are working who need a daycare. So there'll be some afternoon program. Our preschool program would end at around noon or noon to 12:30. Blossom Hill School doesn't let out until 2:30. So in terms of impact, there's a shifting period. In terms of the rest of the usage of our facility, in terms of school use, our primary use is Tuesday and Thursday evenings from 7 to 9 o'clock and Sunday mornings. So the largest percentage of our kids are in the evening programs or on Sunday morning, which don't have the primary impact of the primary traffic period of 7 to 9 and 4 to 6 in the evening, 7 to 9 in the morning and 4 to 6 in the afternoon. So most of our use is outside of those two high peak traffic periods. And when you look at Blossom Hill School, our schedule is shifted off of their schedule and is part of our application and the conditional use, the uses in terms of hours of use. Does that help clarify?
Yeah, it does. So it sounds like in terms of the actual school component, it begins at 9, and so people would be dropping off anywhere from 8:40 to 9. Right. And as you said, Blossom Hill starts at 8:40. And then your school component ends at noon or 12:30?
Noon. The preschool.
The preschool has the preschool.
We haven't opened that yet, so it's.
Let's have one person answer.
Okay.
On your attachment, we're showing 1 p.m.
Okay.
So from 9 to 1 p.m. would be the primary session of the preschool.
Okay. The reason I bring this up is not to be a wet blanket. It's just I'm on that road many times a day, and Cherry Blossom is a standstill when it comes to pickup. And when you add 50 more kids into the mix, I could just see problems, because not only are we dealing with Blossom Hill, but like I said, directly across from you, you have Growing Footprints and you have Shannon, I forget their official name, but Shannon Nursery School. And their hours are in line with yours. And so you're going to have many cars at that intersection doing drop-off and pickup at approximately the same time. And so given this concern, if there are just ways to look at your plan and see how you might address the traffic flow. 2 suggestions that just easily come to mind. You mentioned that in your Cherry Blossom parking lot, you have a drop-off zone. Are you going to have directional arrow so that you don't have this crisscross off of Shannon Road. Could that be a possible area that you emphasize people park since it's closer to your school? Those are just some of the things I hope that you would take into consideration as you start your preschool.
Yeah, absolutely. And we already work with Blossom Hill School. They use our parking lot for overflow. Based on minimal conversations with some Blossom Hill School parents, we believe when they're dropping off their kids for the elementary school, they'll walk over and be dropping off kids to the preschool, at our preschool. So that'll be one car trip, even though it's between two schools. So their program is also massively larger than ours. There are hundreds of students we're talking about at that period of time, at maximum 59 students. But we can certainly look at all ways of reducing the traffic, because we all live in these areas as well.
Mr. Parsons, did you have something to add?
I just wanted to clarify, because we're talking 50 students added. What's happening is they're adding 9 students in the morning peak and 9 in the afternoon peak. That's how all of this got structured. So we're talking 9 and not 50 in terms of the delta.
The delta.
Just to be clear.
Over the existing CUP.
Correct.
The existing school use that.
Okay. Thank you. We'll call you up in a minute. So does that answer your question, or should we get more of a clarification from Mr. Stowers? Okay. All right. Do we have any other questions of the applicant? Commissioner Kane?
I have a question.
And then I have to call us in about 1 minute.
I have a question for the architect. On page
Would
2...
you please identify yourself at the podium?
Greg Stowers, Stowers Associates Architects.
On page 2 of the staff report, it says that the slant high height of the building was proposed to be 27 feet, and the town architect had concerns about that, and revised plans were submitted and accepted by staff and the town architect, and it references Exhibit I. So what's in front of me is the number 27. There's no revised 2 number, and on Exhibit I, you have a measurement that runs up almost to the top of the building as 20 feet 6 inches, but how tall is the top of the top?
And Commissioner Kane is looking at page A4.1.
A4.1, if you look at drawing number 2, which is the south elevation of Shannon Road, on the left-hand side of that elevation, you'll see a dimension number of 22 feet 9 inches, which is the highest ridge point for the proposed addition.
And that's on the slant?
That's
element?
right. So if you look at sheet elevation 4 on that same sheet, A4.1,
yeah,
the building actually steps. So at the portion of the building closest to the residential neighbors, the building height is 20 feet 9, and then as you move closer to the Shannon Road Fire Station, it climbs even higher up to the 22 feet.
Is that as far down as you could come?
To maintain clear-story windows, we were hoping to get some natural daylight into. There's a double-loaded corridor that goes down through the hallway.
It's more function over form.
So for framing purposes of where we wanted the ridge to be, and for skylights and natural lighting into that hallway, that was the most optimal place for us to be able to bring it lower.
Thank you.
If we eliminated skylights, we could bring it lower.
Any other questions of the architect? Okay. Any other questions at all right now? All right. Thank you very much, and we have a couple of speaker cards. In the meantime, I'm going to poll my commissioners. Commissioner Rice. We are at 11:30. I think we are almost there. Yes, Commissioner O'Donnell?
Let me ask a question before we do this, because this, could go on. On the other hand, I don't know whether the commission feels comfortable with this, but to the extent that we all have questions, we can probably get to those issues more quickly than simply listening and gleaning. On the other hand, that may be the wrong way to go. But it is now 11:30, so, what do we do now? We extend till midnight? I don't know what we do. If, on the other hand, somebody said, each of us, I'm not planning at the moment on asking any questions, but I assume the rest of you are. And so I'm asking you, would it speed the process up, and would it be acceptable to the applicant if we simply asked questions? Because I think if that were permissible or a good idea, we could probably get through this more quickly.
And I don't know, how do we mean just ask questions?
Well,
Instead of-
before we make a motion to go yay or nay, some of us may have questions. And so that's what I mean by asking
Okay,
questions.
I stopped us just because we had agreed to stop at 11:30 and reevaluate it.
Before we can vote
Okay.
on that, I'd like to know where people are coming from, because everybody says, no, we're going to do this like we always
Okay.
did it.
I would like to,
Out of here.
all right, I would like to just go ahead and trudge on. That's my opinion. What about,
How many cards you got?
we have just one speaker card.
We're going to vote. 'cause we have-
Yes, we have to vote.
So-
And we have one speaker
No
card.
limitation. Is that what you're saying?
No, give 15 more minutes.
No, it's not going to get us anywhere.
We want to do time.
Okay. Commissioner Rice?
Just to point out, we've got both an ANS application and a CUP. We have to deal with both of them,
That's true.
for what it's worth.
Well, may I?
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Commissioner Rice, do you have, as Commissioner O'Donnell said, do you have questions on either one of those? Do you have issues or concerns or reservations at this point?
Actually, I don't.
That's why I made the
It's
suggestion.
a good one.
Okay.
Commissioner Bourgeois, do you?
And unless I hear some other evidence, I don't have significant concerns about this project.
May I continue?
And you may continue.
Commissioner Sayak, do you?
No, I don't have significant concerns. As it's no surprise, the traffic issue is still lingering with me, but it's not significant to a point where I think it's going to require a lot of time.
Thank you. I don't have any questions, Madam Chairman.
And I honestly don't either. I think they were answered, so, okay. No,
Yes.
no, we don't have a question, but we have to make this evaluation, so we'll go ahead. We have a speaker card, and we could hear... Did we have to vote on this? We did. That's what I
You do
thought.
have to take a vote.
All right,
Let me just
let's-
make one suggestion. If you can get through the testimony and close the public hearing, even if you can't make a decision, then you're just dealing with a decision. So you may want to force yourself at least to get that far if you can.
That's a good
And
idea.
one other comment, you may want to go ahead and continue item 6 at this
Right.
point. Send the applicant home at
And
this
we can
time.
have it come back. Okay, I would do, can we put that into one motion? Okay, let's put that into one motion then, and I'll entertain that
So
motion.
moved.
Okay, that motion. The motion is to continue the meeting and to continue item number 6, which is, let me get it. It is for 110 Reservoir Road, Lot 2, requesting approval of proposed landscape improvements on property zoned R120 APN 529-31-100.
And that would be continued to the date certain of December 12th.
The maker of the motion, and whoever that is, of you two, I would like to put some outside limit on this. And we have one speaker, the
Yes.
rest of us said we don't have any more questions. It's like arguing with the judge who just said he was going to rule in your favor. You can do it if you want to. But I'd like to say 15 more minutes.
Okay. I'll accept it. Who seconded it? Steve?
I'll second.
I'll second it.
Will the seconder accept the?
My suggestion.
Yes, I think he will. Okay, we have a motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No. Okay, we have 5-1.
Let's go.
All right, let's go. Our speaker is Sylvia Van Gundy. And you have up to 3 minutes.
Thank you. I won't take that long. Sylvia Van Gundy, 3 Kimball Avenue, Los Gatos. I am a member of Congregation Share Dosh and also a parent at the Los Gatos Unified School District. And we had the question of traffic issues and community benefit, but I just want to address those quickly. In terms of community benefit, Blossom Hill Road would be a total disaster without Shir Hadash allowing the parking of the Blossom Hill parents, parking and then walking their kids and using Shannon and Cherry Blossom to get there. Also, well, that's essentially all I wanted to say. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I have no other speaker cards, so would the applicant like to come back up?
No further comments unless you have questions.
Okay, do we have questions of the applicant? Seeing none, thank you very much. Okay, Commissioners, we're going to close the public hearing then and turn it over to us. Comments, a motion, questions?
I think Commissioner Kane has a motion.
Commissioner Kane, do you have a motion?
I move that we grant the requested approval for an addition to an existing school building and modification of an existing CUP for a preschool on property zoned R18, APN 523-06017. The findings as I make as required by Section 15301 SEQA, as required by Section 292190 of the Town Code, and as required by the town's traffic policy for community benefit. The considerations are as required by Section 292150 of the Town Code for the architecture and site application.
Okay. And Commissioner O'Donnell, we have a motion on the floor?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm going to ask the maker of the motion. I will second that.
Okay.
I'll ask the maker of the motion if he will consider Commissioner Sayak's, I think, request that the applicant work with staff to arrive at essentially traffic direction improvements. It may not be an improvement over what you planned, but so we can find out what they are, so the staff can say, yeah, that's a good idea, and that's what we'll do, so that in the future, people will know it's been done. It's common sense, but I think if we do that, we'll all feel better. So with the maker of the motion...
Do you have that, Randy?
I've got it.
Subject to the approval of the Director of Community Development, add that part on.
And the Director of Parks and Public Works.
Right.
And the Director of Parks and Public Works. Do we have one? Never mind.
And then, second.
I accept that and thank you for it.
And could I also ask that perhaps just to alleviate our concern or let us in on it, let us see what those are when they're arrived at, if they could be returned back to us as a consent, or what would you call that?
Consent item.
It would be a report back to the commission regarding what those conditions are, because if you're going to go ahead and take an action tonight, then you're releasing the application. So you can get a report back from staff for your information.
Do you want a report back? Sure. All right, fine. Okay, thank you very much. And Mr. Suda?
And one final clarification, that the motion incorporates Exhibit G, which is the conditions of approval for the CUP, and Exhibit H, which are the conditions of approval for the ANS application.
Absolutely.
Yes. Okay, Commissioner Rice.
My question was, I wasn't sure, were you moving on both the ANS and the CUP?
Of course.
Of course he was.
Thank you.
And the chairman knew that.
I'm sure.
Commissioner Bourgeois.
Two quick comments. I will be supporting the motion. I just want to, we haven't really talked about the ANS, and I just wanted to put on the record that I think this is going to be a significant upgrade architecturally from what's there now. I think it will fit into the neighborhood a lot better. So I just wanted to go on record that, we have looked at ANS, and we do think that it's a good design. And secondly, for community benefit, I think the last speaker brought up a really good point as far as a community benefit to mitigate their impacts, which is a minor traffic impact. And by facilitating drop-off at the Blossom Hill School, I think that is a significant community benefit to ease traffic in that area. So I just wanted to go on record with that as well.
And I would certainly second that, and I appreciate the shared parking that you provide for Blossom Hill. They are in need of it. Yes, Commissioner King.
Commissioner Bourgeois, I did give it an ANS review in terms of my one concern, which was the height and whether or not it was necessary.
We hadn't mentioned it in the motion. It's okay. All right. Is that it? I think we're ready. Okay. All in favor for approval of 20 Cherry Blossom Lane, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And opposed? None. Motion carries 6-0.
And there are appeal rights. Anyone dissatisfied with the decision of the Planning Commission may appeal the decision to the Town Council. The appeal must be filed within 10 days. It must be filed in the Clerk Department upstairs. There is a fee for filing an appeal.
Thank you very much for coming tonight and waiting this long, and good luck on your project. Okay, Commissioners, we are at the end. Mr. Suda, do you have a report that you can give to us in 3 minutes? Or do you have anything to say?
I think we can.
Okay, thank you very much. And I have no further issues with, or matters with commission matters. Anyone else? Thank you very much. With that, I adjourn the meeting. Good night. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations.